If you speak during the call or use a video connection, you are presumed to consent to recording and to the use of your voice or images. As well, please leave your microphone muted and camera off during the session. You can send in questions to the WebEx chat feature or to the WebEx host. I apologize, I just need to introduce Angelina, and I'm sorry for sharing my screen here. I'd like to introduce Angelina, the Assistant Administrator for Energy Analysis. She's worked in support of EIA's mission for nearly 20 years. In her current role, she directs EIA's Energy Modeling Program, which supports EIA's forecasts and projections. She also manages the topical analyses that EIA produces that span a range of fuels and activities. Angelina, please, whenever you're ready, begin. I'm going to change slides right now.
Great, thank you, Tricia. And you can hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Good morning. I want to start by thanking all of you for joining us and participating in what I'm certain will be a very informative workshop on a very important topic. EIA's mission is to provide independent and impartial data and analysis that can be used by industry, policymakers, researchers, and others to better understand how energy markets function and allow them to make better informed decisions. Since EIA's founding in 1977, electricity markets have been undergoing almost constant change from the growth of nuclear, the deregulation of natural gas markets, followed by electricity markets, tightening of environmental restrictions on emissions, and the revolution in wind and solar technologies that has been seen in the last 10 to 15 years. As an organization, we have learned that while it can be challenging to identify and collect key metrics in emerging technologies and markets, it is also critical for us to do so in supporting the needs of our important stakeholders. After many years of pre-commercial research and development, the past 5 years in particular has seen substantial growth in the use of large-scale battery systems to provide energy storage services to the U.S. grid. As of late 2012, the U.S. roughly had about 10 battery storage projects scattered across the country with only 83 megawatts of power capacity and less than 60 megawatt hours of energy storage potential, often serving in pilot level applications. Now there are almost 160 battery projects with 1,000 megawatts of power capacity and 1,700 megawatt hours of stored energy potential, serving a wide range of commercial purposes. The growth is being driven by a combination of policies, technology improvements, and a changing market environment, such as the increased participation of intermittent resources and commercial opportunities for peaking resources. EIA is holding this workshop not only to inform our stakeholders about the current state of the industry, but also to gain valuable insights into how we can better position our data collection and analytic operations to meet the needs of our stakeholder groups. So I want to thank you once again for your contributions to this discussion. I'm very much looking forward to the sessions that are going to be happening today. So thank you.
Glenn, I think you're on mute.
Okay, how about now?
Yeah, you're good now.
Great. Okay, thank you. All right, thanks, Angelina. I'm Glenn McGrath, Team Lead in the Office of Energy Statistics here at EIA. As Angelina pointed out, EIA is holding this workshop to present our data and our projections, as well as to encourage our participants to share their views and data and to advance our collective awareness of the challenges and the opportunities in the energy storage industry. In that light, I'd like to recognize the wide range of almost 200 attendees who have registered. We have participants from the federal and state government levels, research organizations, and of course, industry. As you can see, I'll read through the list of attendees. We have state energy offices. We have regulators, regulatory utility commissioners, many from the research area, many of the national labs, EPRI, University of Maryland, Carnegie Mellon. From industry, we have AES, California ISO, Energy Storage Association, Fluence, ICF, IFC, Norton Rose, Siemens, Wood Mackenzie, and South America. And of course, other stakeholders whose participation are highly valued. I probably left somebody off the list who I should not have, but it's very important that the discussion points and questions get raised and addressed here get a very good. We want some good conversations. It's very essential to meeting the objectives of this workshop, to hear the dialogue, to get the input, to respond to the questions. So let's get to it. Here's how things ought to go. For the next 30 minutes, Alex May and Vikram Linger will present the EIA 2020 Battery Storage Market Trends Report, which is hot off the presses after being posted yesterday. After the presentation, we'll hold a 15-minute question and answer period, and that'll take us to 11:30. Then Chris Namovich will moderate our first panel on policy making and research, taking us from 11:30 to 1. We'll all take a 30-minute lunch break at that time, meet back in the main hall here at 1:30, and I'll moderate a second panel on power markets and industry that will take us to 3 o'clock. Chris will then conclude with a few closing remarks. I ask, and again, in advance for your understanding, if we hit a glitch or two, to get tangled up, we'll just tangle on. At this point, please allow me to introduce Alex and Vic. Alex is an industry economist in the Office of Energy Statistics. Alex is our gatekeeper for the survey frame for the 860, which is something that's close to my heart, which is in turn, 860 is in turn the source of the frame for the EIA 923. Alex keeps our frame accurate and comprehensive, which are primary success factors for us. Vic is an analyst in the EIA's Office of Energy Analysis on the Renewable Electricity Analysis team. Vic's focuses on energy storage and geothermal energy and long-term production costs and capacity expansion models for both the domestic and international projections. They put together a very informative report, and I'm looking forward to the summary of it. Alex, Vic, can you take it from here?
Okay, Alex, I've passed the ball to you, so you can unmute yourself and pull up your presentation. Alex, can you hear me? Are you there? Can anyone hear me?
I can hear you, Vic.
I can hear you.
Okay. Teams, not sure what happened to Alex. I think his internet might be a little bit shaky. We'll give him a...
It should be corrected now.
Okay, there he is.
Yeah, sorry about that. Right on cue, I lost VPN.
You're good.
So let me get started here, getting my slides put up. Thanks again, Glenn, for that introduction, and good morning, everybody. I would just like to note that for this market report, we cover mostly trends as of 2018. Once I cover those trends, I will then go into a brief discussion of the future installation trends in battery in the United States. And I also want to note that whenever I use the terms large scale or utility scale, I am referring to battery units that are over or at 1 megawatt or greater than capacity. So to get things started with our key takeaways of our 2020 report. As of 2018, there was 869 megawatts and 1,236 megawatt hours of batteries installed in the United States. Growth in battery installations as a whole is shifting towards an emphasis on energy capacity. We also saw that in 2018, 58% of power capacity additions and 69% of energy capacity additions have occurred in states outside of PJM and California ISO. We also observed that energy capacity costs have been decreasing from $2,153 per kilowatt hour in 2015 to $834 per kilowatt hour in 2017. Now, just to touch on two of the future trends that we expect to see coming down the line. We expect other states outside of the ISO and RTO markets to make up a third of projects to be operational by 2023. And we also expect to see 8 gigawatts of renewable plus storage projects to be online by the end of 2023 as well. Now, starting with our first visual here, we're looking at the annual capacity additions from 2010 to 2018. On the left, we have power capacity additions, and then on the right, we have energy capacity additions for batteries. Now, first takeaway here is that historically, the majority of annual battery installations have occurred within the PJM and California ISO market areas. However, in 2018, over 58% of power capacity and 69% of energy capacity additions were installed in states outside of those markets. And a little bit more specific here, about 18% of power capacity and 25% of energy capacity additions came from states outside of any type of ISO or RTO market. Another key note here is that in 2018, we had a new record of batteries installed with 222 megawatts and 488 megawatt hours of capacity. And that beat the previous record as of this slide that was on 2016 with the addition of 199 megawatts and 255 megawatt hours of additions. Also like to point out that the difference in PJM additions and California ISO additions. PJM is a strong leader in power capacity additions, while California ISO is a strong leader in energy capacity additions. More specifically, California ISO only had 180 megawatts of power capacity operational on the grid as of 2018. However, they also made up 503 megawatt hours of energy capacity on the grid in the United States. Now, with an emphasis on power capacity, PJM made up 282 megawatts of power capacity additions, but only 176 megawatt hours of energy capacity additions in the US. Also, very important now is the cumulative capacity line that we see on both charts. It's that black line going right over top of those bars. And you can see the slope is getting steeper, which shows us a trend towards longer duration batteries with larger energy capacities. More specific to this point, annual 2018 in terms of energy capacity more than doubled. However, when you look at power capacity additions in 2017 compared, in 2018, you can only see that the additions increased by 81% when you compare them to 2017. Also important to note here is to note that PJM's power capacity additions follow the trend that is in step with their changes in their frequency regulation compensation. Basically, just to sort of summarize this, and I believe Vic will go into this in more detail towards the end of our presentation, PJM created a method of compensation for fast response resources that participate in their frequency regulation market. That was created back in 2012. However, in 2015, due to grid reliability concerns, they put a cap on the amount of resources that could participate in that market. And ever since then, additional energy storage or battery capacity has been relatively flat. With this slide, we have a series of pie charts, and we can see the share of each RTO's composition within the total U.S. grid capacity compared to the large-scale battery storage power and energy capacities. More specifically, it's important to note here that about 70% of utility-scale battery storage in the United States is from regions covered by an ISO or RTO. And more specifically, we can start to see a difference in emphasis between PJM and California ISO based off their shares of power capacity and energy capacity in the battery storage market. In 2018, PJM made up 32% of power capacity, but only 14% of energy capacity for battery storage in the United States. However, California ISO made up a smaller portion of power capacity for battery storage, only being 21%, and then they made up a larger chunk or majority chunk of the energy capacity in U.S. battery storage with 41%. And again, this trend is sort of a disproportionate ratio across both groupings, and this is sort of an emulation of the kind of the tools that promote energy storage within these market areas. PJM, as we all know, has a fairly strong frequency regulation market that had an early incentive to add battery storage to the grid. And then California ISO is mostly falls within the state of California, and California has various energy mandates that allow utilities to sort of promote battery storage as they see fit. To kind of emphasize that point a little bit more directly, with this chart, we can see the 11 services that we ask respondents to provide for what service their battery offers. And in PJM, you can see that almost 97% of their battery capacity reports to provide the service of frequency regulation. And this is opposite to what we see in California ISO, where we see use cases varying across the board. More specifically, California ISO's #1 use case is a more energy intensive use case, which would be arbitrage. And to that point, 64% of California ISO's energy capacity is reported to provide that service for their grid. With those varying grid services across the two markets, it's no surprise that we see that California ISO batteries are a longer duration and because of their focus on energy applications, while PJM batteries are a shorter duration due to mostly their emphasis on frequency regulation. Again, California ISO batteries require you, or with an energy intensive focus, require that idea of holding electricity over a period of time. To be more exact, California ISO batteries on average have an average duration of 3.4 hours, while batteries in PJM only have an average duration of 45 minutes. And that's mostly due to, again, that frequency regulation use case where it's not necessarily to hold electricity for a long period of time, but rather to have shorter charge and discharge cycles to provide that service. We go into some brief cost analysis in the report, and to summarize this, based on costs that we received between 2013 and 2017, battery systems with shorter durations typically had lower power capacity costs, that's from the chart on the left, than batteries with longer durations. However, when you examine the chart on the right, energy capacity cost, the opposite is true. And then you see that shorter duration batteries tend to have a higher energy capacity cost when compared to longer duration batteries that have a shorter energy capacity cost, or a smaller energy capacity cost. We then extend some cost analysis over time. We can see that energy capacity costs have decreased between 2015 and 2017. The capacity weighted average construction cost for large scale batteries fell by 34%, from $2,153 per kilowatt hour to $1,417 per kilowatt hour in 2016. This trend continued into 2017 with an additional decrease of 41% to an average construction cost of $834 per kilowatt hour. Now to cover some of the future trends that we have observed in our data. As of 2019, I'm sorry, let me see. Oh, yep. as of 2019, we have over 1 gigawatt, as Angelina said, of power capacity operational on the grid. And we are planning to see within the near future this number to double by 2021 and quadruple by 2023. And of those total additions that would be operational in 2023, we expect to see over a third from California ISO and a third from other states outside of the RTO and ISO market areas. Also, it's hard to talk about the future of energy storage without acknowledging the trend in renewable plus storage projects. And based on our data, the number of solar wind generation sites co-located with battery storage systems has increased from 19 pair sites in 2016 to 53 sites in 2019. The data reported for proposed projects also projects that this number of co-located sites to double by 2023. With those planned sites, we expect to see an additional 6 gigawatts of renewable plus storage capacity on the grid, and that would make up a total of 8 gigawatts to be operational by 2023. Also to note here, the existing renewable plus storage projects have a renewable power capacity to battery storage capacity ratio of 6:1. And this average ratio increases with planned projects, and that ratio would then increase from a renewable to battery power ratio of 2:1. And to close things out here before I hand it over to Vic, it's important to mention that most of these operating co-located renewable plus storage projects are within only 9 states. And Texas leads the current and operational renewable plus storage projects with 886 megawatts of capacity, and that number is as of February 2020. So with that, Vic, you can take control back, and then we'll let you go through the next part of our presentation.
Thanks, Alex. That was great. Yeah, give me a second here to take control back.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
Sorry, guys, just one more second here. There we go. Okay, so everyone can hear me and see the screen okay now?
Yep, we can.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to turn my video on too so you guys can see me. Can you guys see my video now too?
Yes.
Yep, we can see you.
Okay, sorry for that delay, everyone. I'll get started now. So Alex just went over the current trends, historical trends, and a little bit about the planned builds from our surveys. Talk about a little bit about what the policies that kind of affected some of those trends and what we expect, and also kind of what we, in our annual energy outlook, what we've modeled for long-term projections going forward in terms of energy storage. So first, I'll talk about kind of state policy that's had an effect on storage deployment, or that will have an effect or may have an effect. So some of the main state policy that we've seen passed are these storage targets. And there's basically 7 states that have had these targets put in. They're listed here in the order that they were, the law the bills were passed. And I think the important thing to note here is each of these mandates are not all equal. Some of them are stated as goals, some of them are targets, and some of them are mandates. And how those are differentiated is goals might not have a lot of other legislation that actually backs the state in helping getting that goal. The states with targets have other legislation that kind of might subsidize storage or in other ways help them to reach that target, but it doesn't exactly penalize the state or utilities in that state for not reaching their goal. And then the mandate is when that state specifically tells certain utilities to reach that goal, or there'll be like a penalty. Mandates can also have other supporting legislature or subsidies as well. So I think it's important. A lot of you might have heard that there's kind of seven states with targets out there, but looking a little bit deeper, seeing what those targets actually mean is important. And as you can see here, New Jersey is kind of a state that's the goal that doesn't have a lot of policy as of now to support it. It's more of just a number that they're hoping to get to, maybe not quite sure policy-wise how they're going to get there yet. Whereas some of these other states like Massachusetts or Virginia have actually called out specific utilities in their states to reach those goals. In terms of historical trends, you can see the 2019 power capacity chart on the right here. Right now, as Alex mentioned, PJM has the most power capacity out of any RTO or kind of region in the U.S. And also the RTO and ISOs have kind of dominated the storage builds versus regions outside of those markets. But when you look here at the 2023, what we're expecting, that's expected to change. We're seeing a lot of builds in non-RTO regions such as Nevada, Florida, and Arizona. In Nevada, as I kind of previously mentioned, that's one of the states that has one of the targets, and that could be what's driving it. It could be other factors as well, economics, lots of solar additions, and Florida also doesn't have a target, but we see lots of additions there. So I think it's important to note when you make these policies, they can help drive storage growth, but there's a lot of other factors in play. And I'll kind of talk about that a little bit more on the next slide when we talk about federal policy. So let me just switch the slide here. So there's been a couple federal policy initiatives to drive storage growth as well. Back in 2011, there was FERC Order 75, which kind of ordered regions under FERC jurisdiction to compensate fast response resources. And this directly led to PJM creating a Reg D market for the regulation market to compensate fast responding resources, and led to a large increase, kind of as Alex also mentioned before, of storage between 2011 and 2016. In 2015 and 2017, PJM, they kind of modified their market rules to basically limit the amount of Reg D resources that were fast responding resources, which battery storage is, in their system for technical reasons and operating reasons. And that kind of led to less deployment of growth after 2015 as you saw in the charts earlier. Basically after 2017, there's not much growth in PJM for battery storage, at least planned, and that we've seen reported to EIA now. That could change. As we know, New Jersey and Virginia have targets, as I just mentioned in the last slide. So, and those are both part of PJM. So we could see a change in that. So yeah, that policy, the FERC Order 75 and the changes PJM made, that's an example of market policy that had a strong effect in growth in that region. And also when PJM changed the rules, it had a similar decreasing effect. Kind of policy that's coming up is FERC Order 841. A lot of you kind of have heard of it, I'm sure. It's basically forcing, or was it forcing? Maybe forcing, yeah. All the markets under FERC jurisdiction, which is 6 RTOs. It's all the RTOs except for ERCOT. I won't list them all for you, but to create rules allowing storage to be compensated for capacity in the capacity markets, energy markets, and ancillary services. So at it's the mandate or the order is just telling the RTOs that each one has to have rules, but it's not specifically saying what those rules need to be. Even kind of the last bullet here, it says the minimum size requirement is not to exceed 100, but that could be 50, it could be 70. Each market is going to adapt their own rules based on what they need, and obviously FERC has to approve it, and they're going through that process right now, which is why the TBD is there. As far as I know, not all the RTOs are kind of still going through that back and forth process with FERC to establish what the market rules will be. Some of them have already implemented a lot of these rules before the FERC order, such as California, but we could see a lot of changes in how storage is treated in these markets moving forward, and EIA will be very interested in watching how future energy storage deployment may or may not be affected by this order. In terms of other kind of federal policy, there's no specific storage ITC right now. The most recent stimulus bill does include it in there. I believe it's passed the House right now, and it's still getting approved by the Senate. So if that comes out, then we could have a storage ITC in the next couple months. I mean, we'll see when it's approved in the next couple months at least. But right now, the storage that's charged by renewable resources, at least 75%, is applicable for the same ITC that a lot of PV builds get right now, which is part of the reason why. Well, there's a lot of reasons, but that's part of the reason why, as Alex mentioned, a lot of hybrid or co-located storage and renewable resources are becoming very popular, is because they get this, and among other operational advantages and unique system characteristics. So that's what I was going to talk about policy. I'll talk a little bit about our annual energy outlook right now, and which is where we project what's going to happen in the electricity markets out to 2050. For basically in the annual energy outlook, we have a couple different scenarios. We have a reference case, and we have 9 total scenarios, I believe, but I'm pointing out 5 here that kind of have the most impact on storage builds. One is the low and high oil and gas supply cases, where basically the price of natural gas is lower or higher based on domestic kind of supply trends. So in the low oil and gas supply case, you'll have high natural gas prices, and then we also have in the high oil and gas supply case, you have kind of low natural gas prices, and we have our low renewables and high renewables cost cases, which are kind of self-explanatory. Basically, what we see is storage builds. Storage builds are very sensitive to gas prices, as is everything in electricity markets. In our reference case, we have about 17 gigawatts of storage being built. That's the black line on the left chart here. And in our low renewables cost case, which is only reducing the cost of renewables compared to our reference case, not storage. Storage isn't treated as a renewable, so storage cost is kind of the same as the reference case, or the same track. You see the storage builds go up to nearly 60 gigawatts. But then in the low oil and gas supply case, we see almost like 97 gigawatts of storage being built. As you can see through these cases, you kind of see the opposite effect in the natural gas cases, as you'd expect. When in the low oil and gas supply case, you have lower combustion turbine and combined cycle builds, and then you have more solar and wind. and the opposite for the high oil and gas supply and high renewables cost cases. When you look at a more regional view of the results, basically we can track how storage is related to solar and wind. So basically in regions that have a lot of PV builds out to 2050, we see it's pretty strongly correlated with storage builds. For example, you can see in the southeast region, the kind of brownish dot on the top right of these charts of the solar charts. There's a lot of solar and a lot of storage, but maybe in the ERCOT region, it's a little bit less storage and less PV. So basically, where you have more PV, you have more storage. And it's kind of that's not true for what we see with a lot of wind growth. So areas that have a lot of wind don't necessarily have a lot of storage builds. So the reasons for that could be that PV kind of has a more predictable generation pattern. It kind of fits in well with the 4-hour battery that we model in our annual energy outlook, whereas wind is more sporadic and you don't get the same economic advantage that you do when you pair it in regions with battery storage. So that's kind of all I had. Kind of quickly went through the AEO results, but definitely if anyone has any questions, please send them in through the chat feature, and we will address those. So yeah, give me a second here. I have to go to my other screen to see if we got any questions yet. But yeah, thanks everyone for listening. So Alex, if you want to unmute your mic. And I just realized I wasn't looking at my camera the whole time. Apologize for that. I have two screens here. Hold on here. Alex, are you there? All right, I'm going to pull up the questions here. There we go. Okay, it seems I haven't received any questions. Interesting. Oh, I just got one here. It says, do we see significant differences in battery operations across the markets? I'm not sure if that's a question for me or Alex, but Alex, did you want to take that one? Looks like Alex isn't here, so I can go ahead and.
Sorry, I'll unmute it. Sorry, that I've got two controls here. Yes, Glenn, to your question, the significant difference would, I would say, mostly be between PJM and California ISO, just because that's where a majority of the installations have been, historically speaking. And again, in case I didn't make the point clear in my presentation, California ISO tends to have more energy-intensive battery use cases or operations, which tend to be more towards the storage aspect of batteries, holding that electricity over a certain period of time. And then in PJM, it's more of like a cycling use of short discharge and charging cycles, obviously with a shorter duration battery, but higher power output. So hopefully that addressed that question, and we could follow up later if we want some more discourse on that.
Okay, thanks, Alex. We've got another question from Ken Boyce. It says, thanks, Vic. Can you elaborate on the limited appeal of storage in markets dominated by wind assets? So I can only kind of say what we see in our model. I know kind of what I mentioned, wind can be less predictable than solar. You might have go days without wind, whereas usually even if days that are cloudy, you'll get some solar. It's obviously they're both intermittent, or but I think most wind assets might correlate more to CTs, or kind of as to kind of help them with smooth their kind of load curve, and kind of help them with arbitrage when the wind can't blow, and the prices might increase because of that. I got another question from Ann Torselli. What's our view on long duration energy storage systems, like 8 hours or more, for example? So we currently don't see any builds of, Alex can also confirm this. I don't think there's many, if any, builds in our 860 survey that have reported of 8 hours of duration for current systems. In terms of projecting out, right now we feel like 4-hour batteries kind of cover most of the kind of arbitrage opportunities that come up in our model. But as you get to higher kind of renewable penetration rates, then that could change. But we don't really model 8-hour batteries right now. And in terms of what we expect to happen, Alex, do you have kind of any comments about the duration of batteries and kind of what it is right now and what we're seeing with that?
Yes. As of the data presented in the report, there were 2 7-hour batteries. I believe one of them was in New York, and then the other one, I think if we go, let me go back to my slide. And the other one was in another state. I can't remember off the top of my head, but there are some longer applications being used, I guess, currently on the grid. I would say there's a trend towards longer duration, especially if it's going to be used to be paired with the renewable or a solar facility. But to kind of, I guess, put a specific number on like what I expect the standard size to be would be difficult. But hopefully someone here in this presentation today could probably offer more light on that. I'm only able to kind of see the projects that come to us and that people are reporting to us. So I don't have as great of a feel for technological developments outside of planned projects that are reported to us.
Okay, thanks, Alex. So we have another comment from Daniel Greer. He says, as of FERC 841, PJM is requiring 10 hours of storage duration for a product to receive full capacity credit. It was mentioned that current battery storage PJM is mostly shorter duration for frequency regulation. How do you see this requirement impacting battery deployment and utilization? That's a really good question, and kind of like how me and Alex pointed out that we don't have any planned builds in PJM reported to EIA through 2023. I'm not sure how their interconnection queue is, but I can't really have a good answer for that question. I think it's a really good one. Maybe someone else later in our workshop can kind of talk about that, but we're also very curious to see that.
Yeah, I would also like to add here real quick, if you don't mind, Vic. My experience with battery storage projects reporting to us is a very short cycle. So typical technologies will usually have a deeper time horizon. Like solar projects, you might find out at best maybe 2 years in advance. Wind is usually maybe sometimes 3 years in advance before they become operational, and then fossil fuels is obviously a 5-year in advance of their projects. But with batteries and even small-scale solar, sometimes we find these guys months before they become operational, if not a year at best. So what we know now, I would just say kind of expect that number to increase as we approach an operation year. So I would expect, just based off my experience, to see what we project for 2023 as planned projects to go up further. And specifically on the, I guess, the time element of your question, it seems that the trend in California ISO is towards energy capacity, and if this new rule is true for PJM, maybe they'll start following California ISO's path. Vic, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
I don't see any more questions, so maybe I'll wait another 30 seconds and if we don't receive any more, we can we'll move on to our first panel discussion.
If you don't mind, Vic, I want to weigh in on a couple of those questions that we got.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Chris.
So on the PJM question, that's an interesting one. Could you flip back to the cost slide? The one, the other one. Yeah, that one. So the power cost of energy storage for at least current, projects over the last several years shows that for long duration, which is defined here as what, more than 2 hours, Vic?
Yes, that's correct.
Goes up to like $3,000 per kilowatt just for a 2 to 4 hour battery, and PJM is expecting 10-hour batteries to compete with combustion turbines at, somewhere around $1,000. I forget exactly what CTs cost these days, but I think it's quite a bit less than $3,000 a kilowatt. That's kind of a tall order to expect that there will be very many 10-hour batteries built, at least until the power cost component goes way down on the batteries. So I'm not sure that I would expect to see a lot of batteries competing for capacity markets in PJM. My understanding is in other ISOs, 4 hours has become sort of the target for capacity markets, but I'm less sure on that. And on the question of the future for long duration batteries in general, I think you adequately covered that, but basically the model right now, in terms of modeling different durations, we're kind of constrained by some of the resource issues, but on the whole, the analysis we've seen suggests that 2 to 4 hours is sort of the sweet spot in terms of the near-term applications, and like Vic said, it's going to be have to get to quite a bit more renewables before you sort of see an economic case for 8-hour or longer duration batteries.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. Just making sure we okay. So yeah, waiting it did I guess we can move on now. Chris, did you want to? I'll pull up the first panel speakers, and if you wanted to kind of give a little introduction, and we can just kind of let them get started. I'll pull up the slide.
Okay. So my session is going to look at, have a discussion of sort of people from, I would say, the policy and academic perspective of how people, use in the policymaking world are using data and analyses, and hopefully that will give EIA a better idea of sort of how we can better, support these factors. The first speaker will be Jason Berwin, who's the Vice President of Policy at the Energy Storage Association. Jason is the Vice President of Policy at ESA, where he has led the U.S. storage industry's federal, RTO, and state policy engagement since 2015. Previously, he was the Associate Director for Energy Innovation at the Bipartisan Policy Center where he directed research and advocacy on energy, R&D, and tax policy. He also served as a staff director of the American Energy Innovation Council, a group of CEOs led by Bill Gates to advocate for greater federal investments in clean energy technology development. He's also consulted to utilities on demand response programs, program design at FSC Group, Extent, and reviewed utility renewable energy procurement contracting for the California PUC. He holds a master's degree from the University of California, Berkeley Energy and Resource Group, and the Goldman School of Public Policy, and he also holds a bachelor's degree from Columbia. And I think I'll do the other introductions as they come along and turn this over to Jason.
Hi, Jason. Are you on the line? I didn't see your name on there, but I thought maybe you might be one of the call-in users. Give him another few seconds. If he's not ready yet, Chris, do you think we can let Alejandro go ahead?
Yeah, we'll give him another minute or so. All right, I'll read off Alejandro's bio, and if Jason isn't on the line by that time, then we'll just go straight to Alejandro. Alejandro Moreno is the director of the Department of Energy's Water Power Technologies Office, where he is responsible for the department's R&D portfolio for hydropower and marine renewable energy. Working with the Department of Energy, national laboratories, universities, and industry, his team designs and funds innovative science and technologies to support renewable energy generation, power system reliability, and both freshwater and marine ecosystems. Between his stints at DOE, he served in the energy group of the World Bank and International Finance Corporation, where he designed and led regulatory reform programs to spur investment in clean energy and rural electrification. Alejandro holds a bachelor's degree from Stanford and a master's degree from Johns Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. And unless Jason is queued up already, we'll just cut to Alejandro.
All right. Can you guys hear me okay? I'm getting the feed a little bit quiet on my end.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, we can hear you.
So Vic, are you going to call up my slides?
Yeah, I'll do it right now.
Okay. We'll see if Jason jumps in halfway through. While we're waiting, thanks everybody again for joining, and for Chris and Vic and the EIA team for the opportunity to speak here. I'm Alejandro Moreno. I'm one of the directors in the department's Office of Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy. Specifically, I cover the Water Power Technologies Office, which includes all of our hydropower research and our pumped storage research. And one of my various nights and weekend jobs is helping pull together the Energy Storage Grand Challenge in DOE, one of a number of people that have been working a lot on this over the last 6 to 9 months. And perhaps some of the folks on the phone have heard about this. Actually, I might be able to turn on my video. So what I'll do is talk a little bit about the Storage Grand Challenge, some of the work that we're thinking about, some of the work that we're already doing, some of the ways in which we're pulling together a lot of work that already goes on across the department. We're really hoping to spark a bit of a discussion, both from the EIA staff and those of you that count on EIA for your work, of ways in which we could continue to do work or further certain areas that would be of use to you, either EIA leading it or other parts of the department. Just which of these programs really are ultimately going to, from the different perspectives you all have, be most effective in moving storage forward in the U.S. Let me see. Like, what do I press on this thing to move the slides? It's just the.
Yeah, I need to sign it to you. Sorry, 1 second.
Okay.
Alejandro. There. I think it's good now. Can you do it? Can you do it?
Let's see. Yep.
Okay.
That works too well. So first of all, what is the Energy Storage Grand Challenge? Very shortly, briefly, it's DOE's attempt to develop a coordinated and comprehensive strategy for energy storage. As those of you that know DOE well know, our applied energy offices are broken down typically by technology. There's a fossil office, a nuclear office, and then within EERE, there's a solar office, a wind office, a buildings office. And that doesn't work very well necessarily for storage. Because storage isn't so much a technology as it's a function that many different technologies can embody. And so the vision that we ultimately have is using all of DOE's resources as much as possible to drive U.S. leadership in storage and have the U.S. be a world leader in storage by 2030. Of course, that can mean many different things, whether we're talking about leading in innovation, leading in deployment, leading in manufacture. And I think the answer is yes, we want to be a leader in all of those. And one note, looking at that triangle on the bottom, we are defining storage quite broadly, at least at the beginning. Of course, there's what we just heard, battery storage and all sorts of bidirectional electrical storage like pump storage or compressed air. But we're also looking and recognizing that a lot of the capabilities of flexibility that storage provides also can be provided by technologies that are traditionally on the generation side, to increase flexibility from generation and even from dynamic and controllable loads. So really, particularly in the analytical work, recognizing you can't necessarily look at the value or look at the role of batteries without really also understanding the role of how other non-storage technologies provide those services. So really, what does this mean? That we are looking again at both a coordinated and comprehensive approach. And coordinated by technology, and as I just spoke, and looking at technologies that traditionally have the people working on them in DOE haven't necessarily been mutually aware, so to speak. Coordinating across our offices, our cylinders of excellence, and that includes the Office of Electricity, which traditionally does a lot of our stationary battery storage work. EERE, which has 11 different technology offices, 7 or 8 of which do work on one type of storage or another, including all of our lithium-ion for transportation work, our vehicles office, the Office of Science, which has the Joint Center for Energy Storage Research and a lot of fundamental materials research and interface research, our Commercialization Office, and there's the Office of Technology Transitions, and of course, Nuclear Office, Fossil, ARPA-E, the Advanced Research Programs, that has the DAYS Long Duration Storage Program, and our Loan Program Office as well, that develops innovative financing mechanisms. And really along the bottom, you see all the different functions that we can play, and we recognize some of the big messages we've gotten from our management is, we recognize that R&D is really important, but that's not the whole story, and that we need to have, DOE has capabilities all the way from basic science to system analysis and valuation, and that's a lot of what I'm going to talk about today, and policy analysis as well. So building on that, there are 5 tracks within the focus areas within the Storage Grant Challenge. The technology development, which is really coordinating the R&D. It's not taking R&D from existing programs, but it's developing a framework by which we can compare very different technologies and understand how they work in a portfolio to provide different types of services. And so we've broken down the sort of storage into, or the storage value into a series of sort of broad use cases, really families of use cases, like the evolving grid, which includes, of course, integrating wind and solar, but also remote communities. You saw a lot, for example, of a lot of storage in Alaska and Hawaii in the report. Facility, defense critical infrastructure, that type of resilience as well. So then technology transition is focused on the investors, looking at what type of data and financing products that we may be able to help inform or develop. Policy and valuation, which I'm going to talk really about, that's the part that I lead, is focused on planning, regulation, really recognizing that a lot of the decisions that are going to move or for which the fate of the storage industry rests are going to be made by people who don't necessarily have a vested interest in storage per se, but are trying to make decisions for the benefit of the grid and the public. Manufacturing and supply chain focused, of course, on U.S. Jobs, innovation in manufacturing, end-of-life issues, and probably most importantly, ensuring a supply chain that is reliable and not vulnerable to disruption in critical materials. And then workforce development, making sure that we have programs at all levels and inform other agencies as well that have those programs that ensure a workforce that can both design, install, and maintain the wide range of storage systems. So that's the overview of the storage challenge. Now I'm going to dive in a little deeper into the policy and regulation and planning, because that's talking about with Chris, part that's likely most relevant and related to the work the EIA is doing. Again, as I said, it's the problem statement or the hypothesis here is that a lot of the decisions that are being made by the organizations you see here on the slide, they're critical to the future of storage and ensuring that storage can both be optimized operationally and can be compensated for the full range of value that it provides. But they're not always made with the full suite of information, because none of us have that information and tools that can incorporate and reflect and represent the role that storage can play in a wide range of different scenarios. And as a result, you see on the bottom, you get rules and policies that unintentionally limit or prevent storage from fulfilling its maximum value and being paid for doing so and thus incentivized. One caveat here that's really important whenever we're talking about policy and valuation, DOE doesn't set policy by and large, with the exception of some energy efficiency regulations. And so our role is to ensure that policymakers or regulators or planners have the information to make the decisions that's right for them, not to tell them what decision to make. But the way to do that, in order to make sure that information is useful, it really needs to be targeted. It needs to be systematic and addressing all of the gaps and all of the issues that a given organization or a given sector has related to understanding what storage can do and how they want to use it. And it needs to be coordinated and then obviously objective as well, particularly not coming from a perspective of take storage because storage is great, but really being able to recognize how storage fits into the objectives of each of the organizations we work with. And so you can imagine something that looks, a model or an approach that looks something like this, sort of working from the bottom up, making sure that we have the right data, updated data on the present and on the future of different technologies and how they operate under different conditions and different dispatch cycling patterns, that you have that data incorporated as well as possible into a wide range of different models. You use that models, of course, to inform a wide range of different types of analyses that are relevant to different groups. And then most importantly, these arrows really should be bidirectional here. You're not just sort of broadcasting out that analysis, but you're working really closely with each of the groups who are making decisions to mutually inform the work and to go back and understand how, as priorities evolve and as information evolves, new questions are likely to arise, and make sure that we are doing work that is going to be most useful, not just work that we happen to think may be interesting. Of course, it should go without saying that this is not starting from scratch. There's a huge amount of work looking at storage analysis data tools, including at EIA, working very closely with EIA and ERE together to improve storage's representation and capacity expansion models. Of course, you have the annual energy outlook and all of the data that the EIA provides. And this work is, a lot of work is going on throughout the department. It's really a question of sometimes ensuring better coordination, introducing some people who in different organizations don't necessarily know each other. That can happen even within ERE, and then building on this work and saying, okay, really, where are the gaps and how do we do this systematically? And so we've sort of tried to structure this, the work that we think is most important here, in a few key issue areas and then a few cross-cutting sort of themes that will cut across all of them. Those issue areas are resilience, which of course everybody is talking about right now, but I think we're really focused on trying to put a little bit more rigor on what we mean by resilience and how do you quantify the contribution to resilience of individual assets, given that resilience really is a system property. Power system operations, really improving the representation of storage technologies in multiple different operational models, and then looking at how we capture interactions between the different the bulk system, the distribution system, and transportation assets on a real-time basis. Energy system planning, I just mentioned capacity expansion models, but really trying to better represent storage in capacity planning models so that utilities and other system planners can better understand what technologies, what siting, what sizing are going to be most appropriate for what types of uses as they look forward. And this is something we know utilities really are struggling with. And then lastly, looking at some of the sector coupling issues, and which is a real potential value proposition for storage, being able to transfer energy between the generation sector, transportation, load, and that entails communication and coordination and planning across sectors that often have really operated in silos. The four sort of fundamental cross-cutting areas, and this is no coincidence, just exactly what you saw in the structure I showed you a minute ago, but from the bottom up, looking at data, cost data, performance data, financing data, getting a little more consensus on valuation methodologies. I know within my own program, I think we have 4 projects that are using 4 different approaches to valuation, which is not ideal. Improving models and tools, as we talked about, and then doing the analysis that's going to be most relevant, whether it's long-term scenario analysis or policy analysis, market analysis. So this gives you sort of a picture of how we're thinking about this. Now I'm going to just highlight a few select different types of work that we've either started recently or thinking about how to approach. This isn't anywhere close to comprehensive, so if you don't think these are the right issues, this slide is just a copy of what we had before. But if there are other issues that you want to see here, reach out. There's a good chance we're already thinking about it. And if there are things that you particularly think would be valuable to you from your perspective, we really do want to hear it. One is developing an online energy storage cost and performance database. The key here is making sure that it is updatable regularly. As we know, costs of different, particularly battery technologies, are coming down really, really quickly. In order for it to be useful, it has to be up to date. And we also want to be able to show future trends. We're hoping to have this online. It's going to be led by PNNL. Hoping to have it online by fall, starting with a relatively narrow range of technologies, but we'll be able to increase it over time. And we'd like, ideally, to be able to incorporate validated field data that can help us understand how different technologies operate, again, how their performance characteristics differ based on environmental conditions or based on cycling strategies or operational paradigms. Another example is the Energy Storage Policy Database. We're starting to work with NCSL to help develop and build out a storage component to the policy database they have, focused on state policies. Again, working with some of our national lab policy experts to be able to distinguish different types of policies. So, you have mandates versus incentives versus say investment credits or tax credits. And, we've sort of taking a lot of the work that had previously been done over the last 10, 15 years on renewable policy and trying to provide the structure in place so that state legislators and state energy offices can begin to understand what types of policies are likely to be most effective for what type of policy objectives, and also to be able to begin to understand what is likely cost going to be associated with certain policy targets as we feed that in and combine that with some of the cost data that we just talked about before. A third area is looking at hybrid systems. This is both sort of internal and external, recognizing that, again, as one of the areas that we need as DOE to be able to look across multiple different offices is in hybrid systems by definition. And starting with fairly basic things like agreeing on taxonomies and vocabulary, also helping develop methodologies to value different types of hybrid configurations. A big question, obviously, is to what extent where the benefits of co-location and different types of co-location really are going to accrue, and to what extent, when you operate them, can they mimic existing sort of types of generators. And this is you see a huge push towards PV and storage combined in all over the country. I think 90% of PV in California right now planned has storage associated with it. To what extent is that a real value, and to what extent is that just a regulatory value because it's easier to fit in with current regulatory schemes? And also making sure that we're representing hybrid systems accurately in capacity expansion models as well. And now a couple of things that we haven't started work on yet, but we're thinking about how best to engage. This is obviously always a potentially sensitive but very important role in looking at how storage may be compensated in different market systems. I think there's wide consensus that the current market design isn't necessarily going to be enough. Arbitrage certainly is not likely to be enough to have storage to incentivize the level of storage that we think is likely needed, nor ancillary service markets. One of our Grid Modernization Lab Consortium has a project right now that's providing technical assistance to the ISOs. One of the issues that has come up is as they develop their strategy and the topics they want to focus on is storage and how different market products may or may not work in incentivizing certain types of storage. And so fitting into that, I think we wouldn't want to go beyond the typical work that we're doing and necessarily reinvent the wheel, but we have some projects already that we can fit in our analysis, feed into here, working directly with the stakeholders who are ultimately making these decisions. Looking at integrated energy system planning as well, we do quite a bit of work that can inform traditional IRPs. How do we go beyond that and look at integrated system planning that doesn't just look at generation in a silo, as many utilities are starting to do, but look at the entire sector planning together, incorporating generation, storage, transmission and distribution, and load growth into one holistic planning process, where again, we think there's likely to be a lot more value for storage when you plan in an integrated way like that. So looking at both the analytical tools that are needed and working with utilities and other planners, they're looking at how to transition into the integrated energy system paradigm. So those are some examples. If you want to know more about what we're doing, highly suggest you take a look at the roadmap that we just launched a couple days ago, earlier this week. The link is there on that third bullet. And if you really have ideas, we would love to hear from you. You can always reach out directly, but we do have a formal request for information that we strongly encourage anybody who has a stake in DOE's work to provide feedback to. We do and will listen to that feedback. We cannot do this alone. We cannot do this even in normal times, sort of ensconced in our concrete cell block of a building and on Independence Avenue, but even more so now during COVID times when we're all at home. We need to communicate. And so we look forward to getting as much input as we can, and hopefully we'll have a final roadmap taking that input into consideration by the end of the fiscal year or shortly thereafter. So that's all I got. Maybe Jason's on by now, and we can turn over to him. But thanks, Chris. Back to you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Jason is on. I already read his bio, so without further ado, Jason Berwin, Vice President of Policy for the Energy Storage Association.
Great. Can you hear me all right, Vic?
Yeah, we can hear you, Jason. Did you want to present from your laptop, or I can pull it up here if you want and give you control if you prefer that way?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I mean, if you would prefer to just put it up there, sorry. That'd be great. Hi, everyone. I'll just start talking while that gets underway. And my apologies for having some of the internet connectivity issues I've had this morning, but I'm glad to be able to dial in successfully, and hopefully that means I won't lose you guys during this. All right, so really great, Alejandro, to see the work that you all are doing. Things I'm going to say today are going to sound extremely familiar then, because it sounds like I'm really eager to understand more of what DOE is doing, but also to provide some perspective on what we in the industry tend to face in terms of questions and interest in data around energy storage. So with that all said, trying to see how to advance the slides. Oh, there we go. And so really, I categorize these questions primarily from a policy standpoint. What we tend to hear from policymakers tends to animate a lot of the data and analysis questions for our industry. The most obvious ones being, how much storage is deployed? How much is planned? You know, the folks want to generally have a shape of the world. What is the cost of storage? I think this is probably the evergreen, most common and frankly, in many respects, most important part of the public policy conversation in a lot of places right now. We find that sort of first premise, helping policymakers understand that this is no longer, you know, far off in the distance, but actually is, for example, cost effective today. And so helping folks understand that. How much storage do we need? And we'll talk through what it means to need that. What is the emissions impact of adding energy storage to a system? What are the system ratepayer or ratepayer benefits of storage deployment? Those two are kind of related questions, but starting to look at sort of systemic impacts from storage deployment, not just sort of what I would call operational unit sort of information. For folks who are in grid operational roles, you know, there's obviously many questions, but I think top of mind are these two. The first is, and frankly has animated and will probably continue to animate an enormous amount of the analytical discussion on storage for some time, is what is the contribution of storage to resource adequacy? A very current topic I'll be happy to go into a little more detail on. And then, of course, what is the value of storage? Sort of the flip from what is the cost of storage. And that valuation piece, again, Alejandro talked somewhat about what they're doing. There's obviously been a lot, I think, focused on this question more than most analytically. And then the last one I'll just note is the cost structure of storage. So the following slides, I hope to kind of cover what we see in terms of the landscape and some initial thoughts to help think about directions forward in each of these domains. So deployment. You know, I have personally relied on the EIA 860 monthly series in order to be able to try and get some up-to-date snapshot of where there is storage deployed on the U.S. grid. And I'm glad to see the 860s collecting that information. We tend to see private consultancies, most notably Wood Mackenzie and Platts, as covering deployments in a high degree of detail. Utility integrated resource plans can start to tell you about things moving forward, which can be helpful, as do RTO interconnection queues, but you really do have to dig in a little bit there in terms of trying to be able to see what's coming down the pike as represented in those two different, certainly in the utility IRP. I think RTO interconnection queues are a little more straightforward, although they tend to also be very light on information due to confidentiality. And then state program results can be very helpful, particularly for distributed storage, which is not necessarily or is definitely not captured for the most part by the EIA series, and is often hard for private consultancies to capture as well. So I'm thinking about things like California's Self-Generation Incentive Program, New York's Market Acceleration Bridge Incentive Program. Those programs record a large amount of information about installations in terms of how they are accessing funds provided by the state or by the utility at state direction. There are some issues in terms of this, and just the slides that, or the pictures you have there. That first one is an image that's my visualization of the EIA 860 data set for battery storage. To the right of that is just a snapshot of integrated resource plans selecting storage for future deployment. The bottom there is sort of looking at interconnection queues in the RTOs, both storage and hybrid resources. Some key issues here is that we find in these data sources there's a lack of key details. The most obvious one being that in general we are finding it hard to find megawatt hours in addition to megawatts associated with energy storage, which, as many of you know, is as if not more critical to understanding what the actual capability being installed on electric systems is for things like reliability and resource adequacy. Hybridization. I find in general that hybrid resources are not being effectively picked up, at least in the sense that the storage component can oftentimes be obscured as those hybrid resources are captured. In part, that may have to do with whether or not there's two IDs versus a single ID for the plant, and therefore the inability for, say, automatic data scrapers to find it. But I also just think that in general, we are going to see more and more potentially DC coupled systems, and so it does take some effort, I think, to pull that out. Obviously, other kinds of performance issues may not be captured as well, as particularly if we move off of battery technologies. And I should note one other key issue in our data sources for deployment is the lack of capture of distributed storage. It's hard to capture just by its nature if it's behind the meter, because customer-sited assets are not generally going to be as visible as front-of-meter assets for data collection. I think there's also a potential going forward as storage is deployed as part of particularly distribution infrastructure and not as quote-unquote generation, that if it is not going through an interconnection process at some point, then, or at least a conventional one, then again, it might be hard to pick up some of that. And for all these kinds of projects, there's really unclear reporting lines if those projects are leased. We've found in the past that when storage is leased to an entity, if that entity receives a request for information about their units, they don't generally know it because they're leasing it. And so finding a way to get the owners of those projects to be responding to data collection is going to be necessary to better capture the distributed side. So some basic recommendations. I think an obvious one for the key details is making sure that storage is reported as megawatts and megawatt hours of stored energy capability to make a fuller vision of what's out there. I think it'll be helpful to develop some methods for estimating distributed storage deployments. There are, as I noted, state programs, so state energy offices or utility commissions could be useful in that, really looking at utility interconnection queues as well, which again may be regulated and have information available through state utility commissions. Finding other sources of that information, it is worth capturing, particularly given what we see as potentially a structural shift to how distributed storage now can participate in wholesale markets with the defense of Order 841. And then lastly, tracking utility integrated resource plans and RTO interconnection queues is going to be necessary if we want to capture information on forward projections of energy storage deployments. All right. So that's sort of the deployment data side of this. And then cost. Gosh, there's a lot out there. And yet it's also in many ways dissatisfying at present. Certainly, I salute the folks at NREL for starting to include, I think it was 2 years ago or last year, battery storage in the ATB series. There are a lot of private consultancies out there offering this kind of cost estimates that are usually built as from bottom-up estimates from surveying equipment vendors and integrators. So you are unlikely, these are not empirical for the most part, with McKinsey, Lazard, Bloomberg, NEF being some of the more obvious ones. You see cost estimation in utility integrated resource plans, which will include forward curves, not just present snapshots. And those are usually displayed in part to help folks understand the modeling inputs for those utility integrated resource plans. So while they're, again, generally not empirical, they can at least evince sort of an expert expectation. Where I think things start to get more interesting are these last three sources: utility RFP results, state program results and published PPAs, the gold standard of actually having some empirical basis for understanding what energy system is going to face in terms of installed costs of energy storage. And to the right here, I've just added a few things for flavor. That first one with the blocks is Lazard with a capital cost comparison. To the right of that, from a couple of years ago, ESA compiling various publicly available sources from states, integrated resource plans, private consultancies. At the bottom there, starting to see, I think this is an NREL report looking at hybrid resource cost reporting. Key issues here, lack of empirical data series is the obvious one. We need to have better capture of actually published information in data sets. I think that bottom-up cost estimates have been historically shown to overestimate the cost and forward costs of energy storage. And one of the ways to correct that will be correcting with empirics. We do see that bottom-up estimates do correct over time. Those lines shift downward if you look across years. But there's a better way to avoid that, which is also to keep updating priors with those empirical data. And that oftentimes is harvesting through one-off options or one-off contracts being made available. So it's sort of opportunistic. There's a lack of standard reporting. Some places are telling you just the hardware costs. Other folks are giving you the all-in installed costs. It's important to know the project boundary. For example, are your interconnection costs included or not included? Where is the system boundary for giving that cost? Price versus cost, key thing, right? Are you thinking about the IRR that invariably has to accompany the offer of a resource into a bid or a market? Or are you looking at, again, just some sort of cost without a additional profit that would be expected of any private company offering storage? CapEx versus a levelized cost type measure. This is really problematic, I think, because it can be, for unsophisticated audiences, extremely confusing, given that we see similar terms being bandied about. I tend to encourage folks to focus on CapEx, particularly as relates to intraday storage. For longer duration, that might be more of an energy cost would be important. Obviously, there's also a lot of variety in these projects that is not captured effectively in these data series. There are lithium variants, LFP versus NMC, for example, that it's now of significant enough size and interest to start capturing that, I think. The level of interconnection, which is also related to project size, matters quite a lot. I think most data series assume transmission connected larger scale storage. And then standalone versus hybrid. The way the cost structure, of course, changes is, I think, well understood, but nonetheless, making sure that data series are actually taking account of the storage cost component of a hybrid resource effectively. And of course, we do lack data on early or not widely deployed technologies at some sort of scale. So my recommendations going forward are to create the first empirical reports, I think, at least setting up the templates and starting to populate them, even if there is a relative dearth of information, will be very important, and it's good to start doing it now, similar to like tracking the sun or the wind technologies report. I think now is the time to get that going. And breaking out the storage costs from hybrid projects, that should probably animate a lot more activity, because we're seeing hybrid resources as the increasing way in which particularly battery storage is being offered into systems. So having a good handle on those costs instead of obscuring them in a sort of solar PPA will be helpful. In terms of the analytical questions, this question of system need is generally based on what rationale. The most common one we see, of course, is how much storage do you need for, say, an 80% clean power system, or 100% clean power system, or 50%. That's going to be, by and large, the most common. But you are hearing questions as well of things like how much storage do we need to replace retiring capacity, to avoid curtailment as we go up the penetration of renewables, as we electrify transportation, as we enhance our T&D infrastructure. So you have to really understand what you're asking for when you think about need. And there are really, really important assumptions that need to be taken into account here. What do you assume of storage? What prices, what durations, what functions are assumed available going forward? Similarly, what substitute technologies are assumed available? This image to the right is, again, an NREL, a modified NREL, you know, I think it's this flexibility cost curve kind of heuristic, right, which is this idea that you are able to get some of the benefits of storage flexibility through other things. And certainly a world in which, for example, you have lots of cheap CCS or other kinds of flexible generation that may be not carbon constrained can certainly change that, at least if your rationale is thinking about need for a clean power system. I do note that you know, NREL has done a good job of capturing this through the work that has oftentimes accompanied things like, I think Paul Denholm's work on how much storage is needed to, for example, look at high penetrations of solar in various systems. Utility integrated resource plans are, in effect, an analysis of system need. The NGO world has, I think, to date, put out a number of these analyses, the most notable one being recently the Grid Lab 2035 study, which tries to look at I think it's 90% renewable energy or clean energy system by 2035. And then, of course, academic analyses as well are important on this count, and the academic community being engaged, I think, has been very helpful to help carve out the questions and some of the methodological approaches. So some recommendations on this. One is to study storage in a standalone context. As I note, a lot of these have been as sort of an appendage to renewables. And so, you know, just by studying storage without having to link it to renewables is going to be a useful way of talking about system need. So that's also why I think it's useful to look at different clean energy mixes. Just as a note, I think one of the heuristics here is that the amount of storage you need to integrate a high level of renewables is probably also going to be, in some ways, storage that helps things like, for example, inflexible nuclear work better in a high renewables world. So it's really worth considering those different potential futures, not just high renewables. In terms of contribution to reliability, as I noted, this is sort of the topic du jour in a lot of places. NREL's report, I think, which is cited here on the right, that top figure, I thought was really well done, helps give folks sort of an order of magnitude understanding of what we can expect storage to provide in terms of substituting for other resources for resource adequacy. And we're seeing a lot of these effective load carrying capacity studies across RTO markets right now. So in the bottom right there is one recently done for the Southwest Power Pool. Key issues here, just computational intensity for some of these things like ELCC analyses, especially if you're running various scenarios. There are significant assumptions involved in these methods. For example, the dispatch assumptions associated with energy limited resources or the merit order associated with your dispatch stack. And also to recognize when you deal with energy limited resources in a reliability planning context, you really have a new thing you're dealing with here, right? Fuel-based resources, they are agnostic as to what's happening on the system. Renewables, they're agnostic in the sense that they're must take in most places as to what's happening on the system, with the exception that their value changes based on how much of that same resource is already existing, right? Just more solar changes solar, more wind changes wind. With storage, the contribution really depends on the supply mix and the load profile, and as that changes, that will change the reliability contribution of storage, which requires then some amount of forecasting of the system to determine how storage is going to contribute to reliability over time, an issue that I think is being wrestled with right now in PJM. There is not an approach to hybrid resources that I am aware of at this point in time that is in any way systematic. Again, I think this is very problematic because of the amount of storage that is being proposed in hybrid configurations and how you do that. It's not just simple addition, especially when we have varying relative sizing of the storage to, say, the renewable generation, when we have, different inverter ratios, we have different durations of storage, different characteristics like insulation varies depending where you are. So hybrids are going to take some work, I think, and we need to develop some heuristics on that. Utility planning models, which are themselves certain kinds of reliability analyses, do need to catch up. Sub-hourly modeling is really going to be key for a lot of this, and characteristics that are important for reliability still may not be captured. The response time and availability of storage, for example, if you don't have the ramp rate limitations you might have of conventional fossil generation. So my recommendations, of course, are to do more of these reliability analyses across regions. That will help to talk about the need for longer duration storage in more clear terms from a reliability standpoint. Developing hybrid resource capacity qualification guidelines, again, can't really emphasize this one enough. We are going to see a lot of things deployed without an understanding of what their actual quantified reliability contribution is. And I think it's worth considering whether, I've heard this be termed energy adequacy as opposed to resource adequacy, a metric to reflect your system flexibility needs for reliability akin to an LOLE convention, but for example, single greatest instantaneous change rather than, for example, the single greatest peak of demand. I'm going to try to speed up a little bit because I know I'm at the end of the time. Valuation. There is, I think, varying levels of robustness to this. I'm not going to read out this list. I think this is common knowledge for a lot of folks, but just to recognize that this is where I think there has been an enormous amount of work, and I am less worried about these things being revealed than just making sure that the good work continues to go forward. A lot of regulators are thinking about this in public utility commissions and energy offices because they're trying to understand what the value, the benefit cost associated with storage deployment is. Groups like EPRI are creating models to help folks understand this. Certainly I am aware that there's a national standard practice manual that's soon to be released on DER valuation that could be helpful here as well. And I think what could be of importance for the federal government would be to perhaps catalog valuation methods and make sure that stakeholders can benefit from being able to have sort of some systematic sense of going at this, particularly if they're not able to do their own modeling. I think having a menu of methods and a guide for selecting methods for valuing resilience will be important. I know there's been a talk about how hard it is to do resilience. And finally, an option value method, something that, again, we don't see a lot of work on at this point, but because storage can be procured modular and in steps over time, we haven't yet seen some sort of option value type of approach to storage deployment, which being fast and modular gives you an option to, for example, wait on making larger, more sort of lumpy and longer lived investments. The emissions analysis, I'll just quickly note that there's a lot of work on this in the academic space in particular. I do note that I think one of my biggest concerns is that those studies either assume behavior or assume sort of shapes of the world that are unchanging or not reflective of what we see changing. And I think what could be most helpful for folks who are interested in the emissions impact of storage is, one, just empirical studies, period, but two, having marginal unit greenhouse gas emissions data available for location, hour, season. I know that there are some markets that are starting to move that direction, but that's really going to be the necessary level of granularity in order to actually have a good handle on what's happening in your system and potentially to align price signals to be able to deal with that. Finally, non-greenhouse gas emissions impacts are not usually being talked about, but particularly for folks who are dealing with local ambient air quality concerns, there are some initial studies on sort of what impact storage can have on reducing those as well. System benefit analyses, these are what sort of state policymakers tend to use in order to try and understand benefits for their state, impacts to ratepayers. Some really good ones done by Massachusetts, New York, and Virginia. And these tend to be used to identify the gaps between the cost of storage deployment and the unrealized value to the system and ratepayers, which sort of inform state policy interventions. They can also include things like economic development. I certainly would like to see more robust data on the jobs and economic activity side of grid storage deployment in these system and state benefit analyses. But also I think that the federal government can partner with states to help them undertake support methods for undertaking system benefit analyses that can, again, help inform the ratepayer impact to these. Finally, cost structure is really important to understand. I think we understand this a lot for batteries at this point. It can help you focus your applied R&D, inform your trade and industrial policies, and standardize your cost reporting. You know, outside of battery tech, one other thing I think it can be helpful for that I didn't include on this slide also is for market mitigation concerns. Really understanding the CapEx that goes into these, combined with, say, the valuation studies that we've talked about, will be important for approaching market monitoring and market mitigation of storage, which might not be well understood. And then, of course, knowing the cost structure of non-battery technologies is going to be really important, I think, for, again, all the reasons we've described here above. So thank you, everyone. Sorry for talking fast at you, and I look forward to discussing further.
All right. Thank you, Jason. We're going to hold questions until after Jeremy has had a chance to talk. So next up is Jeremy Twitchell. He's an energy research analyst at Pacific Northwest National Lab, where he leads the lab's work on equitable regulatory environment for the Department of Energy's Energy Storage Program. His research focuses on identifying the barriers to energy storage in traditional regulatory practices and developing and sharing alternative approaches. In that role, he also reaches out to states to provide technical assistance in incorporating energy storage into the regulatory process. Prior to joining PNNL, Jeremy spent 5 years at the Washington Utilities and Transportation Commission. He has a bachelor's degree from Brigham Young University and a master's degree from Texas A&M. And if you're ready, Jeremy, go for it.
All right, can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. All right, well, to begin, I just want to thank EIA for the opportunity to be here. I first attended this conference back in 2013 when I was interning in DC and actually asked for a day off of work to come and attend. So very happy to be here in this context as now to share some information. I want to thank my fellow presenters and just kind of echo everything they've said. I agree with many of their points, as you'll see in my slides. I'll try not to be too repetitive and focus on maybe some of the additional areas that we're looking at. First, I just want to open by pointing out that all of the work that I'm presenting here, my participation here, is funded by the U.S. Department of Energy through the Office of Electricity and the Energy Storage Program that's under the leadership of Dr. Imrajot. So we, as always, appreciate their support of these activities. So quick agenda for my presentation. I'll provide a quick overview of the Office of Electricity's Energy Storage Program, the type of work that we do. Then we'll talk about what we've heard as we've been talking to states, some of the emerging regulatory issues that we've identified, the kinds of questions that states are asking, the regulatory issues with which they're wrestling. And then try to distill some of those lessons into the data and information implications. You know, what types of information would help states, help regulators and policymakers work their way through these issues that they've identified. So the Energy Storage Program in the Office of Electricity is organized based on a report that DOE commissioned back in 2013 that concluded that energy storage could be an integral part of the flexible and clean renewable grid, power grid of the future. But to get there, it identified these 4 barriers that needed to be addressed. First is the development of cost-competitive energy storage technologies. Second is ensuring that those technologies have validated reliability and safety, so working on things like electrical code and standards, fire codes and standards, interconnection standards, making sure that these things are safe for use. Third is the equitable regulatory environment. And fourth is industry acceptance. This is working with utilities on economic valuation and deployment of energy storage, understanding how devices actually work, the concept of value stacking, understanding what storage can do and how to optimize it. The equitable regulatory environment, that's the section that I lead. So what we're doing is we're working with states primarily, trying to understand, what are the regulatory challenges that storage raises? Where are we going to have to update and evolve our practices to accommodate this unique technology? And so what I'll be sharing today is some of those lessons we've heard, some of the things we've heard, and as Alejandro pointed out, we're not in this space to make recommendations to states. We're not trying to tell states what to do. But what we are trying to do is understand the challenges that they face and provide research and support that objectively informs those proceedings and helps states figure out how storage fits into that, their individual energy policies and their energy goals. So just a quick overview of where the program's been active. You can see that, we partner with utilities for deployment projects. We partner with universities for basic research. And then we partner with multiple states for these regulatory engagements, helping states work through these issues. We're up to 20 states now, almost halfway there. And so, if there's any states out there looking for some support in these issues, give us a call. So I wanted to kind of frame this, how things are evolving at the state level by talking about these 2 workshops that we've done. The tale of 2 workshops, and forgive me the Dickens pun, but I cannot avoid a bad pun. It was the west of times, it was the east of times. So this first workshop we did was in Salt Lake City in 2017. And we had regulators from 10 states in the room. And of those 10 states, only 2 of the states had had any kind of proceeding involving energy storage. And in both cases, it was the state that initiated it, the legislature or the utility commission. To be kind of forward-looking and identify, okay, what do we need to do about storage? How do we need to get ready? And so that very much set the tone for this workshop. It was very prospective. States were asking, what will be the practical implications of energy storage when it gets here? How can we align our policies, our incentives in a way that will incent energy storage investments? How will we need to adapt things like rate design, like procurement practices? How should we be evolving resource planning practices to account for storage? What are best practices in procurement, et cetera? Then flash forward to 2019, and we do a similar workshop in the Southeast in Birmingham, Alabama, and we have 9 states in the room. And now we have 7 of those states that have active proceedings on energy storage. What was most interesting to me is that in 4 of those states, the proceeding was initiated by a utility filing. It was a utility coming into the state and saying, hey, it's time for energy storage. Here's what we want to do. So, it was really interesting to see that those storage deployments were starting to happen independent of policy direction. States were having to say, something like, let's do a mandate, or, let's encourage the utilities to consider energy storage. It was happening organically. But that did raise a lot of questions for those regulators, things like, how do we determine if this is prudent? Because the resource modeling in many of those states hadn't quite caught up yet with storage, and so the utilities were proposing these as pilot projects, or they were proposing them without having any underlying analysis in the IRP to support them. And so regulators were really struggling to figure out, how do we review these things absent our normal procedure for doing this. Questions like hybridization, they were already seeing disputes between utilities and developers over how these things should be configured. And then, we really got into the weeds on some of these other issues that regulators deal with, things like interconnection, taxation, certification, ownership. And what I really wanted to emphasize is that, the time lapse between these 2 workshops was only 21 months. So we in the industry, I think we were kind of waiting for this tipping point to happen with energy storage for a long time. And I think that these workshops show that once that tipping point came, it came very quickly. It tipped very quickly. So I wanted to do just a quick inventory of some of the issues that we've heard from states. Obviously, I'm not going to dive into great detail on all of these, but I at least wanted to flag them. So resilience is one that we hear a lot. What is the role of energy storage in improving grid resilience? And how can we do that in a way that the energy storage actually provides other grid services and brings down the cost of those resilience benefits? A lot of questions about hybrids. How should these things be configured? How should they be interconnected? What is an appropriate charging regime? 100% charge, 75% charge. Modeling questions. How do we get these things into IRPs? How do we account for the unique benefits of energy storage? What can DOE and the labs do in terms of giving, tools to regulators, accessible tools for regulators and other stakeholders to use to understand the benefits of energy storage? Retrofits. In a lot of states, you've got existing generators that want to come back and add energy storage to their project, which raises some questions about fairness. How do you do that in a way that's fair to customers in terms of, ensuring that they benefit from these investments, but also fair to other developers, in a way that you're not allowing developers to quote unquote jump the queue because they already have something on the grid. Ownership models, energy storage, because it's scalable, because it's flexible, it can be deployed by a lot of different actors for a lot of different things. So, what are the trade-offs of these different ownership models? What are the pros and cons, and how do these ownership models align with state goals? And then again, some of the really detailed issues, interconnection, how do we make sure that these things are connected to the grid safely? What do states need to know about best practices in that space? Taxation, how do these things align with various taxation policies that states may have? And then certification, if a state requires a resource to come in for pre-certification, could or should that apply to energy storage? So I just wanted to dive into these first two, resilience and hybrids, because these are the ones that keep rising to the top in the conversations that we have with states. So this graphic is from a report that we put out earlier this year about the role of energy storage in resilience applications. And the main benefit here is that energy storage has created a paradigm shift when it comes to resilience. On the left there is historically how we've kind of viewed resilience. If I wanted to have resilient power, it basically means that I needed to have a backup generator, and that generator will provide me with capacity and energy. But from a utility perspective, from a grid perspective, there are much more cost-effective ways, much more efficient and easy ways to obtain energy and capacity. So, I as the owner of this generation may not have very many opportunities for grid participation, which means that I absorb the costs of my backup generation. The capital costs of buying it, buying the fuel, storing the fuel, maintenance, et cetera. And, this can really add up. So historically, you've seen this mode of kind of mission critical resilience. You've only seen this at facilities that have to have resilience, hospitals, military facilities, sensitive manufacturers, places like that. But now with storage on the grid, we really changed how that comes together. So I still have that backup generation. I can add, renewables, solar, distributed wind, et cetera, to have some energy and save on fuel. But the game changer really is now I can add storage to harness and shape that generation in a way that is beneficial to the grid, that does provide valuable services like regulation, like spinning reserves, like arbitrage, and things like that. So now I have increased opportunities for grid participation. I can earn revenue that offsets my costs and makes this potentially more economic for a broader range of facilities. So now you're seeing at places like school, commercial centers, hotels, even individual homes. So this is an interesting idea, but it does raise a lot of questions as well about how can we actually do this in a practical sense. So your questions like, what would resilience metrics look like? We have reliability metrics. Reliability planning is a relatively straightforward exercise because we have standards and metrics that give models the objective. We know for what we're trying to solve. We don't have that with resilience. It's a much more subjective concept. We don't have metrics. We don't have standards. We don't really have an agreed upon definition. So from a modeling perspective, you don't have that objective. You don't have that variable for what you're trying to solve. How do you make these things cost effective? If you're looking at resilience, it's rarely needed. The grid is operational in most places in the U.S., 99.9% of the time. So if I'm only using this asset 0.01% of the time, or 0.1% of the time, it doesn't give me a lot of opportunities to recover my costs. So how can we develop regulatory mechanisms and ways for these assets to interact with the grid during normal operations, provide value, provide offsetting revenue, and then how can we optimize these investments within this structure? You also get questions of ownership and compensation. Who should own these assets? Should it be the utility? Is there a way that we can design rates and tariffs in a way that incents customers to make these investments and then use them in a way that benefits the grid? From a cost allocation perspective, the fundamental question is who's benefiting from this? And that's the way we've always done things as regulators. But now the question is, it becomes a much more difficult question to answer when the answer is, well, it depends. Who benefits depends on where it is and how it's being used. So hybridization, we've heard a lot about this. From a regulatory perspective, from a project design perspective, there's three fundamental questions with a hybrid resource. Coupling, do you want it to be AC coupled or DC coupled with the grid? Metering, do we need it to be metered on each of the generation and the storage asset, or do we just need a single meter at the inverter? Charging regime, we're starting to see some variation in what expectations are. There's been utilities that have come out with RFPs or requirements that these hybrid facilities and storage has to be charged 100% by the attached generation. If you're looking at it as a PERPA facility or to be eligible for the tax credit, then it has to be 75% charged. And then there's this question of, well, what if we went with some lower level? If you didn't have that constraint, potentially you could have a lot more flexibility with your storage to provide a broader range of services. But what are those trade-offs? If I forego the ITC in exchange for this broader range of grid services, could that be economic? So, trying to distill these questions, these issues we have identified into what it means from a data and information implication standpoint. So, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying here this is what I think EIA should do. I'm raising these questions for DOE, for the labs, for industry in general. For us all to think about what types of information we should be gathering, we should be thinking about. And one, just kind of echoing some of the points that have been made earlier, is clear, accessible information about different storage technologies and their characteristics. Energy storage in the last few years has kind of become synonymous with lithium-ion batteries, but there's a much broader ecosystem out there. They all have their strengths and weaknesses. Lithium-ion is very sensitive to how it's used. The harder you push it, the more you use it, the less you get out of it in terms of its useful life. It can have significant impact. So understanding what those relationships are, just really, making sure that there is broadly disseminated information about what these technologies are, what they can do to inform modeling and investment decisions. It would also be helpful to have more detailed and holistic cost information. As some of the other presenters have pointed out, a lot of times when you hear about declining costs for energy storage, you're only getting the module level, or you might be getting the module and the power conditioning system. But you're rarely getting the all-in cost of the energy storage. You're not getting all the hardware and software and then the quote-unquote soft costs attached to that project. And as we've seen with the PV industry, the technology costs can only go down so far. And at some point, if you really want to make a technology cost-effective and ubiquitous, you have to address those soft costs, those installation costs. And right now, we don't really even have a handle as an industry, I think, on what those costs are. I think we could do a much better job of identifying them and reporting them and informing decisions about how to go about researching and developing ways of lowering those costs and improving those practices. So another thing that might help, kind of a single reliable database for existing energy storage assets. So right now we have DOE has sponsored a couple of these things. You've got the OE Energy Storage, Global Energy Storage Database that's run out of Sandia. And if you look at that website right now, there are 377 bidirectional electricity storage projects in the U.S. on that list. If you look at the most recent EIA Form 860 data, you've got 131 projects. There's reasons for that. The OE site is technically a wiki site where anyone can add anything. Sandia works hard to make sure that they're reviewing and authenticating those entries. So you do get a lot of behind the meter type stuff. Both of these databases track use cases, but they don't use the same terminology. Sandia has a resilience use case, the OE site has a resilience use case, but doesn't describe what that is. If we could do a better job of describing, if a facility is being used for resilience, what does that mean? Like, what is that resilience use case? How is it being used for resilience? Given the amount of interest in that topic, I think if we had, a resource for understanding how different facilities are contributing to resilience would really help inform the discussion. Really the goal is just here to help regulators, policymakers answer this question that we're always hearing, where is storage being deployed and how is it being used? And then the final point that I had here is just a clearinghouse of pilot project reports. Pilots have been done across the country. I'm personally aware of just dozens of pilot projects that have been done in multiple states. But we as an industry have not done a very good job of disseminating the information and the lessons learned from these pilots. So I think that if we had a single searchable database of these pilot studies where we could learn about what was done, what was learned, that we could really use that to inform subsequent pilot studies in other states and subsequent program design. Because even though the storage industry has really matured, I think there still is a place for pilot projects just because, utilities, grid operators, it's important to gain the familiarity with operating an energy storage asset. And there's only so much you can learn from a report. Eventually you need to have that hands-on experience. But if we could leverage these reports in a way that really informs how those projects are done, how those programs are designed, I think that would be beneficial. And with that, I appreciate the opportunity and look forward to the discussion.
All right, thank you, Jeremy. So the panelists, if you want to leave your camera on or off, that's fine, but we're going to do a little Q&A. We're pretty much on schedule, just a couple minutes behind, so we have about 25 minutes for Q&A, and I am going to get the ball rolling while people online enter in their questions to the chat, preferably sending them to Vic, but you can send them to the public chat if you prefer. This question is more or less to everybody, since I think everybody touched on this in their presentation at some point. The term hybrid system seems to be applied to a wide range of systems, from things that are, fundamentally interoperated, which I'm thinking of sort of the DC coupled model where the battery can only effectively charge from the PV behind the inverter, to basically systems where, as far as I can tell, the only thing that the two parts have in common is maybe the parking lot out front. How important is it to the industry, to DOE, to policymakers, whatever, that we be able to distinguish among that sort of spectrum of things called hybrid systems or co-located systems or whatever? What's the rationale for grouping them all together or thinking all of them separately?
This is Jason. Chris, I think that the variety kind of forces you to not lump them together, right? And that's a variety of configuration and a variety of operational intent. A perfect example is that what we're calling hybrids is equally a, say, wind farm with a small battery for firming minute to minute versus a 100% relative sized, longer duration battery sized with a solar array, which is clearly meant for much more sort of extending the duration past daylight of that asset for many hours. And those will have very different cost structures, operational characteristics, capacity values. So I think that's one of the challenges And in fact, there's a technical conference next week at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission on hybrid resources where one of the topics is going to be capacity valuation, which I think is animating a lot of interest in this space because at the end of the day, folks are putting forth a lot of effort into hybrids as sort of a partly to compete with conventional capacity for providing reliability. So when we talk about hybrids, maybe just almost like a heuristic categorization is a first step before you get into trying to make sort of broader statements or data series.
Yeah. Jeremy, were you about to jump in?
No, go ahead.
I was just going to sort of echo what Jason said. I think from a DOE perspective in particular, where we're really trying to understand the value proposition of different configurations, that it's really essential to know what you're talking about. If you're just, hybrids can have a lot of different meanings. And I think if you're not very clear whether you're talking about co-location or you're talking about sharing controls or you're talking about, as Jason said, operational intent, are you optimizing each one separately or are you optimizing the two as a single unit? The picture gets confused very, very quickly. And there may be good opportunities and good reasons to do all of the above or none of the above, but at least from a research perspective, if you don't really clearly know what you're talking about, then in what you're assessing, then you don't really have a foundation to start from. So.
Yeah, and just interacting with states, one of the things we heard at that workshop we did in the South last summer was, they expect that virtually all of the storage that will be built in the Southeast hybrid will be attached with solar. That's the majority of what they've seen. That's the majority of what's been proposed. And the challenges they were running into were, things like these disputes between utilities and developers over how much it should be charged. And, the frustration the regulators were feeling is, we put everything in silos, into boxes in the energy industry. We define everything, we categorize everything. And there isn't a box, there isn't a silo into which hybrids really fit. It was hard to develop policies and regulations, set standards, expectations around how they should be used because they didn't fit in any of those boxes. So one of the things that they kind of encouraged us to ask DOE to do or to think about is to just classify hybrids as just their own resource class to really free up the ability of regulators to develop policies and regulations specific to that resource class.
Okay, thanks. So the first question from the audience is, I will take as being related to what we just talked about with hybrids, but I think a little bit more expansive. How do we standardize the use case terminology across the industry, as Jeremy mentioned? Is that up to ESA or DOE, or I would add EIA or some other industry groups? That's certainly a problem that I've had, such as terms like hybrid, where we're left with having our own idea of what it means, but a lot of other people seem to have other ideas. But that, I think the questioner's intent is to think more broadly about things like arbitrage. What exactly is that service, or capacity, or things like that? Any takers?
I can speak from DOE's perspective. I know we've been sort of tossing around the idea of trying to do this. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit of feedback. Whether anybody would actually fall in line if DOE did this is a pretty open question, and historically probably not. But I think for the same reason with being able to standardize what we're talking about with hybrids, at least from a perspective of being able to really define the underlying technical characteristics, is so that right now I think there's sometimes you'll see the services, for example, ancillary services is a good example. Sometimes they're defined by actual technical parameters, and sometimes they're just defined by the market products as defined by each of the different ISOs, which can have, encompass, each one has a very different sort of group of or subset of the parameters or requirements that would fit within a given product. And so that can very quickly get very confusing. It does. And I know it's something we've thought about at DOE and something I think we'd like to be able to do. I'd sort of throw it back to people in the audience and say, get a sense of whether people would think that would be helpful.
I think Glenn might want to address this question from EIA.
Yeah,
I do. Talk for hours.
Yeah, I got to be careful because we can't go too long. I don't want to dominate, but I do want to make sure that I understand that people have looked at the data that we currently collect and identified where the metrics are falling short. We've seen when we added battery storage questions in 2014, we canvassed the industry. We tried to get good feedback to make sure we covered the elements. And really the only thing we didn't collect that was asked of us was fire suppression here in the batteries. We had a hard time understanding how would we QA the fire suppression. We didn't know that much about it. However, we did try to get all the design attributes around energy storage, and we put a lot of energy into understanding and working with our respondents to collect gross generation, net generation, and consumption. So we think we have a pretty good idea around how these energy storage applications are performing, how they're operating. And I want to make sure before that people have looked at that and say, well, if that's not sufficient, what could we do? What other attributes beyond those do we need to think about collecting? I want to make sure people are aware that we post those data and the data can be used for those analytical purposes. And then where those terms are falling short. And then one other thing I just make an observation is that basically, inputs that are things that are accounted for, paid for, like your fuel that you buy, or the power that you purchase, or the power that you sell, things where there's a financial element to, are much easier to collect. A design attribute is a fairly easy thing to collect. Operating strategy is very, very challenging because people will interpret strategic issues in many different ways. It's hard to get consistent feedback, useful feedback, meaningful feedback, because of the many different ways in which people interpret strategy. It's always been a challenge. I understand that it'd be very useful if we could do it, but it's been a very challenge. We have found it to be very challenging, and I would just offer that observation. However, that said, we do want the feedback as to where the elements that we're collecting are falling short. And I've seen a few of the points in these presentations where we're seeing we aren't meeting industry needs, but we've made an effort to do that. And so I guess I'm going to push the questions back to see where our generation data, our consumption data are not being adequately supported.
One thing I'd like to add on the going back to a slide that I think Alex showed at the very beginning, where he showed the use cases for the data that we collected. One of the interesting observations on that figure was that California shows essentially no use case for what we call solar generation. What is that? My thing's blocking it. Yeah, excess solar wind generation. There's no power capacity or energy capacity in California being used for that. And yet we know California is the poster child of needing to manage solar and wind. And my sort of anecdotal understanding is that actually a lot of the energy storage there is probably used for that. But my sense is that they're calling it arbitrage, because that's sort of what they're doing from an economic perspective, is they're basically buying this negatively priced electricity, or getting paid to take electricity off the system during peak hours and then selling it during the the demand peak hours. So this is the sort of difficulty in coming up with case things is that we put this thing in good faith that, we asked the industry, okay, what are your possible use cases? And yet when we ask the respondents, they seem to have something different in mind, and that may well be fine. We're not trying to tell the industry what their use cases should be. We're just trying to capture what they think they are. So it's just sort of pointing out some of the difficulties of trying to do this.
If I may, this is Jason from ESA.
Sure.
This is where I want to really emphasize the megawatt hours versus megawatts differentiation in terms of data collection. While duration doesn't tell you everything, it tells you a lot. And I think that will be helpful in some ways, perhaps more helpful than trying to delineate these sort of discrete things, particularly when longer duration assets are probably going to be switching regularly and over the course of their asset lives.
Right. I think you can see that in this figure that we have up, that California, has long duration assets generally, and they are pretty much doing everything except excess wind and solar generation, whereas PJM has a very power-oriented low duration systems and are basically just doing frequency regulation. Let's see, I think I have a couple more questions.
This is Jeremy from PNNL. I just wanted to be clear that, I wasn't saying, I didn't mean to imply that EIA's work is in any way insufficient. When it comes to the use cases in particular, though, I think it's instructive that if you're looking at this list, those top uses, those top 5 or 6 uses are all defined grid services. These are defined ancillary services. And that bottom half are things that aren't really defined ancillary services. And so I think there's much more room, as you said, for interpretation there. So, I think what I was suggesting is maybe, some discussion at EIA across DOE with industry about, okay, what does it mean when you say you're doing resilience? What does it mean when you say you're doing load management? What do these services mean? Because as I said, those first few are well defined. Those next ones aren't as much.
And so the next question I have up here is, we talked in a number of the presentations about cost. Obviously, that's one of the more important things from my perspective as doing the analysis and the projections for the AEO and others. I think it was Jason that mentioned, levelized cost is a potentially important system metric, although he seemed to be skeptical of it, and as am I. Basically, what I'm seeing is that people want to glom onto that metric. As you may or may not know, EIA, myself and my colleague Manas, we have over the last several years been pushing this levelized avoided cost of energy versus levelized cost of energy, sort of trying to point out that this LCOE metric is not all that it's up to be. But how does that even fit into energy storage? It's not providing, You're not selling energy. For the most part, you are selling energy out of the system. You're not creating energy out of energy storage. You're turning around somebody else's energy. What's the appropriate way to look at sort of the all-in cost of an energy storage system, the same way that LCOE purports to look at the all-in cost of a PV generator or a natural gas generator?
So there's 2 things to bear in mind, and you've already alluded to the first, which is that the value of storage is its capacity more than its energy. And so capacity cost reporting, I think, is generally, absent any other considerations, going to be more useful and informative, particularly in a planning context, because if you look at something like a CT, it's similarly dollars per kilowatt month or kilowatt year, not dollars per kilowatt hour out. So that, I think, just as a rule and a bias towards capital cost reporting will be more helpful. From a levelized cost standpoint, the challenge there is that it depends on the application. So if you're going to do one thing versus another thing, you're going to have a different dispatch profile, which creates an ultimately different levelized cost. Very few of these assets today are, as you note, just in the business of providing as much energy as they can. Longer duration storage in the future may look like that, but for the time being, I would say, for example, take a look at the Lazard levelized cost of storage study as a way of kind of understanding how they tackle this by doing a levelized cost metric, but application specific. It's sort of a kludge at best, but I think that that's really what you're going to deal with. And frankly, a lot of these planning models, capacity expansion models, and production cost models can take CapEx inputs and cycle lives and lifetimes to try and get you something that sort of spits out a cost of energy.
Okay, Jeremy, Alejandro, you have any thoughts on that? Take that as a no. Along the lines of cost, Alejandro stressed the importance of obtaining reliable cost and performance data across different types of storage platforms, not just lithium-ion batteries, which, as you've noted, have sort of dominated the market over the last couple of years. And yet, when we go to use that data and analyses, we find that there's sort of this fundamental asymmetry where, and I think it was alluded to in a number of the presentations, it's one thing to get data from actual projects. It's another thing to sort of build up these, bottom-up cost estimates from component data or, engineering projects, whatever. How do we get reliable cost comparisons across technologies given the sort of fundamental asymmetry?
This is Jason again. Sorry, I just have to. This is one of the challenges, right? Like, I'll just say it's point in order. Like, this has been a standard issue with pumped hydro storage, say, versus battery storage. A lot of people like to point at pumped hydro as, look, it's cheaper than battery storage per unit energy. Never mind the capital intensity of the asset means that you can't do pumped hydro on a modular basis. You're talking about hundreds of megawatts usually at minimum. And so I think that there is a multidimensional nature to this that does make it challenging, and you have to use simplifying heuristics. One simplifying heuristic in my mind is intraday versus interday storage, right? Can you, if you start to parse out the durations, that will make for better comparison buckets. Similarly, are you looking at capital intensive versus modular technologies? Because again, I think that will matter. Are you looking at what kind of service life are you looking at? Again, some of these technologies are premised on perhaps 50+ year service lives, whereas others may be on a 20-year service life. These all matter for your ultimate quote unquote cost discussions, and I think it's worth just at the very least not doing a simple side-by-side, but helping the reader understand capital intensity, service life, and other aspects that change what you're looking at.
I'll jump in, and this is Alejandro, and say that I agree with everything Jason said. I think this is a big part of what we want to be able to do in sort of a DOE cost and performance database, is to lay some of those comparisons right there. I mean, just from a higher level for pump storage, which is one of the technologies in my portfolio, just because of the historical tie to the hydro industry, you rarely see them pump storage projects talk about their cost in terms of energy capacity. It's almost always power capacity, which makes it, unless you really start digging into proposed reservoir size, it becomes really difficult to make an equal comparison. And then, of course, huge differences in life cycle and in upfront capacity costs. So, fully agree, Jason. Hopefully, we'll be able to move forward and help a little bit.
Yeah. So this is Jeremy. I think that one thing to think about is that we've definitely reached an point of inflection with the energy storage industry. I think that in the past it's been difficult to get actual project cost data because the industry was small, lots of providers, lots of actors, it was highly competitive, and no one wanted to share that information. I think as the industry grows and as you begin to see some of the consolidation that we're seeing, there might be room for a trusted partner like EIA, like DOE, to gather that information, to sanitize it so that, no particular company's cost information is getting out there, but so that, the industry and decision makers have a clearer picture of what these things have cost and, what those cost trends are on a project basis, not just the technology basis.
Okay. So it looks like we're just about at 1 o'clock here, and that's the time we set aside for lunch. I have a few more questions that I could ask, but I think in the interest of keeping things on schedule for out of respect for the people in the next panel coming up at 1:30, I will stop asking questions and remind everybody that we're going to be back at 1:30 with a panel that Glenn will be talking with people from industry and state regulatory, or the ISOs, and so I look forward to being back with you all then, and have a good lunch.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Okay. Apparently this meeting is being recorded. Can you still hear me, Glenn?
Yes, yes.
Great. All right. Where was I? Policies have been huge. I know that we'll be talking about California more in depth later, but it has certainly been a leader. And then the investment tax credit. I think that we're seeing mostly BES combined with solar projects in the industry because of the investment tax credit. It's a huge benefit and has really been driving storage. And then also FERC has been active in trying to reduce burdens of entry to energy storage into the wholesale market. So we have the subsidies and incentives combined with decreasing technology costs, and that creates this wonderful environment to drive storage. And then the third thing comes from need, and I think that these same policies and incentives and decreasing costs that we've seen in other renewables, and particularly in the solar space, has really just caused an absolute need for energy storage in order to balance the variability on the grid. And all the time talking with non-RTO utilities and municipalities and co-ops and entities that manage their own grid, they see this as an absolute necessity because they need to take the renewable products. PURPA has been facilitating the development of solar and small wind, and so they absolutely need the storage in order to balance their grid. Okay, moving along. A couple of potentially less obvious drivers. There is a lot of interest in the self-sufficiency space, particularly for very large industries that absolutely need to have reliability, and we see that a lot internationally. And for example, on the slide I mentioned that there are some BES projects at Chilean mines because Chile doesn't have the infrastructure to support the electric needs of those mines, so they have put up BES. And then we're also seeing a lot of interest domestically in the microgrid space and in the behind-the-meter applications, both for reliability, self-sufficiency, but also just to manage energy costs. There's, in some of the markets, there are time-of-use pricing that can be arbitraged with a behind-the-meter facility. And then there are also demand charges, shared savings, and all sorts of other potential revenue streams and savings that can be had with having more of a behind-the-meter type application. And then we're also seeing a lot of development of storage to replace distribution and transmission infrastructure. Again, particularly in other nations that don't have it, We're seeing BESS being installed in Kenya, for example, to essentially leapfrog over development of their transmission system, which they do not have in many places. But also domestically, a couple years ago, National Grid issued an RFP looking for storage solutions specifically to avoid building a transformer that was only necessary because of peak congestion. And it knew the cost of that transformer upgrade, and there were bidders that were able to come in with an energy storage solution that far beat that cost. Okay, moving right along to the next slide, please. Okay, so this slide it's actually a diagram that one of my colleagues put together for another presentation, and I just like it because it depicts different actors and different flows of funds, and I think it's a good illustration of the revenue stacking element of energy storage, and that has also been a big driver to help offset historically high costs, is the ability to have various streams of revenues. And next slide, please. And along with those merchant revenues in the last slide, there are also more offtake opportunities. I think the industry is becoming more comfortable and more sophisticated with respect to energy storage, and so we are seeing some unique offtake opportunities. And in particular, I want to point out the hedge, the ancillary services hedges. I think the first one of these for standalone merchant storage was in PJM in 2015. It was an RES product. But we're seeing them crop up more in more different markets. And in particular, ERCOT, there's some merchant batteries that are supported by these contracts, which then allow for the volatility, the market pricing volatility to be mitigated, and that in turn will help lenders find comfort to finance these projects. The hedges tend to be short-term, but like 5, 6, 7-year term, but that is often sufficient to get funding for merchant storage. Okay, and next. All right, we're also seeing much better financing terms. This chart here is just some indicative terms of some financings that we've seen and that we've worked on since 2017. And basically, the cost of capital is decreasing, and the debt to service coverage ratios are also falling, which means that there is increased comfort in the market. And I will just pause here to say that almost every lender that I've talked to is actually very interested in financing storage, but the amount that are actually doing it is much less because it is still somewhat of an unknown, scary product. And with that, let's keep trucking right along to challenges. Okay, and there are many challenges. I didn't quite know how to organize them, so I kind of just organized them in terms of the chain of development. And so starting with supply issues, there are definitely some component and supply constraints. One really interesting thing I think is that developers are entering into contracts that have a storage unit without actually knowing, much less purchasing, the actual storage unit that they plan to use with their project. And the hope with that is that there will be something better by the time the project comes online in a few years, or by the time they need to procure it to meet the deadlines in the contract. But there's also a substantial risk. And this is probably something you also talked about with policies, because the import limits, the recent executive order on securing the bulk power system, all of these have had real concrete impacts on the industry and in the contract terms and in the financing terms that these projects are able to get. There's also a challenge with the cost relative to other generation, and that's something that I think that would be really useful to know and to have additional data on. And I have seen data where the costs are become comparable in specific use cases, but I think that if we had a more robust body of that type of evidence and just where it shakes out, I think that would be very helpful, both for developers and lenders. Also on the supply side, a big challenge is basically procurement and construction. Oftentimes with a solar facility, wind facility, you'll have a kind of a turnkey product where your EPC contractor will procure and not always, but often will procure and then construct and build and then deliver you this neat package that lenders are very happy with as long as that contractor is bankable and provides warranties and performance assurances. With battery projects, we are seeing a lot more of a split in the supply and the integrators of the batteries being a separate contract from the EPC. And the concern there is that that just causes a lot of room for finger pointing, and lenders certainly don't want the different suppliers and contractors to be able to wiggle out of their obligations, pointing to another one and not really having that liability land anywhere and be supported. So there too, I think that there is an area, or there's room for additional data, both on just what is out there, and also on the reputation and the historic record of suppliers and integrators. There are a lot of startups in this space, and that gives folks in the industry, or conservative folks in the industry, some heartburn. And so the more data and evidence and proof that a particular technology that a supplier has supplied has worked would be great. How these contracts are interpreted and who actually does end up being liable would be great. Also, who just managing the expectations. That's a big one from a contracting perspective. A lot of times we'll have folks come to us and just say, well, I mean, what are you seeing in the market? What are people accepting? Because there just isn't that baseline of, oh, well, everybody knows that the EPC contractor in for a solar facility does X, Y, Z. So we just are still lacking that in this nascent industry. And then also there are special software concerns, and I am sure that Rafe will be discussing this, and I'm sure that this is an issue for Fluence. But I'll just speak briefly about it from a lender perspective. The software is seen as very essential and kind of irreplaceable. Or if it is replaceable, it's going to potentially, you have to take out the whole controller of the battery system and replace it, which causes downtime and extreme expense. So a lot of lenders are requiring actually the code to be put into escrow, and integrators and suppliers or the software suppliers have mixed feelings on that, and potentially the more comfort that lenders can get with the background of the integrators and suppliers, potentially the easier it will be down the road to not have to require those types of measures. All right, I am rapidly running out of time. I'll just try to touch on a few things on these slides. For batteries, we don't just have volatility on the sale side if it's merchant, but you also have that on the charging side. Whereas if you have a solar plus storage facility, oftentimes that solar unit will charge the auxiliary load. It will charge the battery. So your cost for charging is the production cost plus the round trip or the conversion costs. In contrast, for a merchant battery, you have the volatility of the charging costs, and then you also need to get your retail auxiliary load costs, which that can often be contracted. But there are additional costs that I have learned are not perhaps as insignificant as people might think. And then there's just a whole host of questions about all of this great revenue stacking opportunity. There's just not a lot of data out there about what the costs of ancillary services traditionally have been, or if you're providing a capacity product, like how often are you actually called upon, and what are the penalties if you don't perform? Because what if your state of charge is too low to perform? And so all of those what ifs are items that the industry struggles with. And then also just, again, and probably we'll talk about this more, California recently, it was pretty unclear how resource adequacy, the capacity product in California, would even be calculated for storage. And so those types of things, if we can get resolution and a bit of historic application, that would be extremely helpful. And then we come to the end-of-life value. There aren't a lot of batteries that have come to the end of their life. And so information on what that value stream might look like, or what the value of the unit at the end of its life would also be very helpful. Okay, moving along, almost done, Glenn. Okay, performance. These are some items that, again, if we had more robust data, then people would understand more what to agree to. All of the time in negotiating energy storage contracts, there's some debate about round-trip efficiency guarantees. And basically, it involves folks just asking one another and looking in other contracts and you know, asking some consultants to opine on what to agree to, what percentage is reasonable. And then slowly but surely, I think a consensus is forming in some of these, but it would be useful just to understand more what is market and what we should be agreeing to and what the technology really can do. And so all of this kind of goes to that. How many cycles can the BES have a year? How much rest time is necessary? And then again, what sort of insurance and warranties are market? And then I did just want to point out another challenge is with the interconnection process, because you have, I've seen it in several interconnection agreements for storage, there is a caveat with, we're not providing you any sort of guarantee about being able to discharge, but also to charge. And so again, it's that two sides of double the risk that another facility might only have one side of that risk. Okay, I think. Okay, yes, so challenges. I think education is a main challenge, just getting information out there. Again, as I said, a lot of times I might go with a client to a boardroom to discuss a solar project, and then it will give the developer an opportunity to talk about adding storage. And just in that process of educating, sometimes the project will then evolve, and or maybe not that project, but the next project will be solar plus storage. And so I think the more history that we have, the more the data that we have that the technology is proven, and all of the different use cases that are actually being observed in the market and successfully performed, the better. Again, regulatory market change risk, and then decommissioning and disposal is an issue that is coming up with more frequency. And some contracts are starting to speak to what will happen at the end of the life. There's some concern about how these will be recycled. And I've spoken with folks in the industry who are working on recycling the battery energy components. And I think more information about that process and really what are the environmental effects could also be useful. And then 5-year forecast, I think my little arrow pointing up is probably sufficient to sum up how I feel. I think that we're just going to get better technology, more proven technology, more use cases, more comfort, and I think that energy storage is certainly here to stay, and I think it is increasingly going to be seen as an everyday a product that is applied to most renewables, and also that we'll start to see a lot of standalone storage. All right, a few minutes over. I'm very sorry, Glenn, but I will be quiet.
That's okay, Kat. That's very informative. We appreciate that presentation. Very, very interesting. Next up, we have Bill Weaver from California ISO. Bill Weaver is the senior counsel at at CAISO. He focuses on energy storage, distributed resources, generator interconnections, and intersection of federal state jurisdiction. Before joining CAISO, Bill was an energy attorney at Jones Day and a legal fellow at the Brookings Institute, both in Washington. Bill is a graduate of the University of Chicago Law School and Brigham Young University. Look forward to hearing what Bill has to say. Bill, can you take it from there?
Yeah, Glenn, can you hear me okay? Everything going well?
I can hear you just fine, yes.
Okay, great. Well, thank you again for this opportunity to speak. I'm a big EIA data advocate at the ISO, so I feel this was karma to get tapped for this presentation. My presentation is titled Storage at the Starting Gate. Let's see. And you go to the next slide. Didn't do it for me. Let's see, is anyone? Okay, there we go. If you want to just hit this, hit next slide like maybe 5 times, that should go. This is my only animated slide, apologies. But essentially, whenever I talk about storage, I always like to talk about hype. I think one more for the battery, there you go. Ultimately, my thesis is that we still don't know how batteries will be used for utilities. The iPhone had incredible hype. It met the hype just as predicted, and even beyond that, taking over digital cameras, all sorts of other things. Bitcoin, incredible hype, crash. Mike Trout, low hype, best baseball player of all time. Probably Bryce Harper, the hype was probably impossible to meet. And then this middle slide, if you can't recognize it, this is the U.S. government's Project Plowshare, which was developed during the Los Alamos phase for potential uses for nuclear energy. And one of it, what you're seeing here in this middle picture is a plan to detonate 5 thermonuclear warheads to create a new harbor in Alaska. I don't think I have to tell you that planned use of nuclear weapons didn't pan out. But that said, nuclear energy and splitting the atom has developed in a number of different ways that no one contemplated. And so obviously the metaphor here is with storage. I think I always talk about storage as a marathon, and we're really on the first mile, and we don't know how the race is going to go. Hybrid resources are even farther behind. We're probably, the racers are warming up. And so data is going to play a crucial role in how it's playing a crucial role right now because we're actually still developing the market rules for how storage will participate in the wholesale and even the retail markets. And We don't know how batteries will be used. I think even the owners, if they're being honest, even the owners and developers don't know how storage will necessarily be used in actuality. We have lots of ideas about intent, lots of language being put into contracts, but as I'll go into in the presentation, it's still not clear how the batteries will actually respond once they are online. And I hope to see that. If you go to the next slide, please. So just a little brush up, the California ISO administers the wholesale power market for most of California and now the West, and operates the high voltage transmission grid. Peak load was 50 gigawatts, 50,270 megawatts. That was several years ago. Peak load has continued to, or peak demand has continued to decline in recent years, but keep that peak number in mind as we look at what's currently in develop in the ISO. Right now we have about 300 megawatts of installed capacity for storage, and then closer to 3 gigawatts of pump storage capacity. I would guess that we'll have between 500 megawatts and 1,000 megawatts by the end of this year, and probably around 2,000 megawatts by the end of next year, based on the California procurement mandates, and as you'll see what we have in queue. I mean, we had just 63 megawatts come online just this week alone. The LS Power project, now the largest single battery project in the country, which will continue to expand, I think, up to 200 megawatts when it's finished. So if you want to go to the next slide. This is the CAISO, this is the current generator interconnection queue, and these bars are only the renewable components, although right now I think we have about 91 gigawatts of proposed generation in queue. That's probably the most we've seen since California's original renewable portfolio standard. And so of this, we're looking about 68 gigawatts is solar, wind, biomass, and storage. Now, these numbers aren't representative of what will be constructed. Around 5 to 10% of the queue ever reaches commercial operation. We don't have a centralized forward capacity auction in California, so often submitting an interconnection request is that first step to then seek a power purchase agreement, and a lot of it is you get in queue just to see what your network upgrades and your interconnection costs will look like, and so there's a very, very high withdrawal rate just as developers test out projects. If you want to go to the next slide. So this is storage. You can see, I think, Kat's arrow was very accurate. Here's an empirical arrow that we're seeing. If you look at right now in queue, we have about 35 gigawatts proposed of standalone storage and 35 gigawatts of some storage and renewable component mix. Nearly all of that is lithium ion, and when we talk about storage in California, we're nearly always talking about 4-hour batteries, because that's the California Resource Adequacy Capacity contract basis. And the litmus test ultimately for whether a project reaches commercial operation in California, as probably is similar everywhere, is almost always whether it receives a power purchase agreement to provide resource adequacy capacity. So obviously these numbers are, they dwarf even our peak demand ever. If everything in queue were built, we could still power the West and retire all existing generation, but obviously that won't happen. We'll see much smaller numbers, but these figures do represent we have a lot of storage and a lot of development coming. Definitely the biggest fervor. I think there's been a wait as developers wanted to see what procurement will look like under the 50% and then the 100% renewable portfolio standards, and that has started to happen. And now it has started to, development has really ramped up again from its already very high level. If you go to the next slide. So projects currently in queue are far bigger than normal. You look at the size here, almost everything is in the 100 megawatt to 500 megawatt range. And even then, the 500 to 1,000 up, all of these dwarf the smaller projects. So I think that's peculiar. That goes against probably the last 5 or 6 years of history, but it's definitely some very large projects that are being planned right now. If you want to go to the next slide. This is just a pretty graphic, but if you look, most of the development is in the south, and that's likely because of a lot of the storage is being paired with solar. Solar is still the least expensive resource to procure in California from a capacity standpoint, and still, the majority of procurement now with storage being very competitive. And so solar radiation is still the biggest factor, geographic, but also available points of interconnection. Obviously, interconnecting in a much more congested Bay Area, California North can be a little more problematic, more expensive. So we see a lot of the development in the more rural regions. Okay, so if you can move to the next slide, that's it for the generator interconnection queue. For those of you, in places where solar penetration is not reached a high level, this is the very famous duck curve. I think this duck curve chart is about 4 years old, and these estimates were very conservative. In reality, the 2020 belly was much lower. I'm sorry, the 2019 belly was much lower. The 2020, the head of the duck, much higher. But for those of you not familiar with the duck curve, I mean, this is simply demand in megawatts in California, and you'll see, it leads to a very, very high afternoon ramp, which is by far our biggest, reliability challenge on a daily basis, as we have to sequence more and more natural gas and combined cycle generators online, which can be fairly tricky as solar drops off, as people return home from work, or at least as they used to return home from work, and turn their houses on and turn their air conditioners on. So the duck curve obviously is exciting for storage developers because if you want to go to the next slide, it looks like a very substantial arbitrage opportunity. I've drawn just a very crude line across this because you could use this crude line to represent prices. Prices are very, very low at the belly of the duck when we have low demand and incredibly high solar penetration, to the point that we actually have to curtail a lot of that free energy, and we actually often have to rely on negative pricing to do so, where we're paying people to ramp down or turn off. And then you would expect a discharging period at the head of the duck when prices rebound, go high, and we have greater demand needs. But this is, with the batteries we have online today, this is not what we're seeing. So if you want to go to the next slide. So this is what battery performance actually looks like. I chose kind of 3 semi-random days. If you look at the bottom one, was our demand peak in 2019, and none of these look like an arbitrage curve. Very far from it. And really, I could have picked any days because they all essentially look like this, where essentially the batteries we have online today are really not engaging in arbitrage and really not interested in providing energy supply. They are almost all providing regulation almost all of the time. We have our non-generator resource regulation energy management model that allows us to send them an instantaneous signal, and they can sit there and provide regulation all day and get paid for it. And and don't even, bid and be dispatched to supply energy. And so, you look at this, I mean, even on the peak day on August at the bottom, I mean, you're looking at batteries charging during peak hours. And discharge periods, they're a little higher in the afternoon ramp, but you can see this is much more of a frequency signal than it is anything in terms of arbitrage or being interested in energy. So if you want to go to the next slide. So why is this happening? Why are we seeing that? I mean, I think the first answer right off the bat has to be sample size. We're still at mile 1 of the storage marathon, and I think the next 2 years, perhaps we'll see more arbitrage, perhaps we'll see more energy supply, but maybe we won't. But ultimately, small sample size could be an issue at this point. However, what we're also hearing from developers and from stakeholders is that they really aren't as interested in arbitrage opportunities in supplying energy as anyone would think, or as all the storage benefit studies have shown. I was at a conference and the speaker from NextEra was talking about hybrid resources as a Swiss Army knife, and you show the traditional clip art of a Swiss Army knife with all its parts out, but in reality, probably everyone uses their Swiss Army knife for only the blade or maybe the toothpick, only 2 or 3 things. And his hypothesis, which I think I completely agree with, is that that's the reality for storage and for hybrid resources as well. I think you go into a development standpoint or even an operational standpoint, it's hard to do all these different potential uses at the same time. And it's much easier to make a business case to sell to investors, to sell to lenders, based on one or a few uses. And certainly when it comes time for a scheduling coordinator to operate a battery, doing one thing or doing 2 things is much easier than trying to capture every single benefit from every single market all the time. Ultimately, resource adequacy capacity is still the large market driver in California. And so storage developers can be just trying to get that resource adequacy revenue stream. And then the energy markets can almost become immaterial. I think the other thing we hear a lot, in my first bullet here, is something Kat touched on quite a bit, is the cycling costs and the manufacturer warranties seem to really have scheduling coordinators, owners, and developers wary of arbitrage of supply, of a deep charge and a deep discharge on a daily basis. That seems to go against how these contracts are structured, and it seems to degrade the battery quickly and really throw off the long-term viability of these batteries. So I think that's definitely an area where we need far more data, is what is actually put into these battery manufacturer warranties, and what do the actual costs of cycling batteries look like, where you're talking about something going all the way down to 20% charge, going up to an 80% charge, and then discharging all the way down to 20% on a daily basis. It doesn't seem to be happening in California at this time, and what we hear, in our workshops and in our stakeholder initiatives, is that people are pretty wary of doing that. They would rather get that resource adequacy capacity contract and then sit and provide regulation, because regulation provides a very, very, very shallow, very steady cycling graph, as we saw in the previous slide. The other issue could be that our arbitrage opportunities are just insufficient to make money, even despite this amazing duck curve and the idea of getting paid to buy energy, and then also paid to discharge the energy. Batteries are still very expensive, both to buy and to run, and it could be that those arbitrage opportunities are insufficient, especially once you factor in the cycling cost. It could also be that regulation economics are just superior. I think we've seen that with the PG&E EPIC study, where they tried the different ways to make money with their sodium sulfur batteries. And they found that, based on current market opportunities, that providing regulation was the most economically efficient, although not profitable. And then, as I said before, it could be that that the resource adequacy capacity contracts are the end all be all for these batteries. Let's see, there was one question. Do you expect the complexity of use cases to change as software and algorithms develop to better co-optimize services like arbitrage and frequency regulation? I don't even have to read the rest of the sentence, because I definitely expect the complexity of use cases to change. And I don't think it's just software and algorithms. I think, scheduling coordinators, owners, developers, no one has experience operating these batteries. There's no one in the world with that experience, especially, in these markets as they look now. The Japanese batteries, the Australian batteries, they're doing far different things than what we'll see in the United States and the West with high solar penetration. So yes, complexity will drive up. And I think actually the use of hybrid resources, being either co-located or operate as a single resource, that will just skyrocket complexity through the roof. Okay, so next slide. So that said, it's likely that storage will be pivotal very soon, as we have more and more retirements of combined cycle units, once through cooled units, and ultimately Diablo Canyon. We will need our storage resources to discharge at peak, simply to meet demand. You go to the next slide. The same thing here. And so we're thinking about, do we need to create market rules that actually oblige storage to stay charged so that they can always meet the afternoon demand peak? That's something that we're exploring. But that is it from me. Again, I think look forward to your questions, and look forward to seeing how storage develops as we get more and more of it in the next couple of years. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Bill. Very informative. Ray Hohenstein is up next. He's from Fluence. I'll introduce Ray a little bit. Ray is the North American Market Applications Director for Fluence. I'm sorry. Is there a problem? Well, let me keep going, and we'll if there is, I'll fix it later. So Ray is, Fluence is a joint venture between Siemens and AES, and is a leading global provider of energy storage technology and services. In this role, he's responsible for identifying markets and applications for energy storage and working with stakeholders to accelerate deployment of energy storage. Prior to joining Fluence, he worked for McKinsey & Company, where he served utility and tech clients on a range of topics, including digital capacity building, capability building, mergers and acquisitions, and operations transformations. He holds an MBA from Duke and a BA from Harvard. Ray, are you all set? Can we interview?
Yeah. Are you able to hear me okay?
I can hear you just fine, yes.
Oh, great. And if you don't mind, let me see if I can share my screen. Why don't we just try that for a second?
Okay.
And let me know if you're able to see it okay.
It looks good.
Okay, great. I'm going to try one more thing while I'm greedy and see if I can make this presentation mode. If that doesn't work out, I'll just use this. How does that look? Our presentation mode?
Yes.
Looking okay? Okay, great. It's a pleasure to be invited to speak here, especially on a panel as distinguished as being able to chat with both Kat and Bill. I really enjoyed the earlier presentations and look forward to additional conversation. So let me just give a little bit about Fluence. I promise to make it fairly quick, and then I'll get into more of the content. But just so you know what Fluence is and how we see the market. So Fluence designs, builds, and services our own energy storage technology. So we provide turnkey energy storage systems to all owners of energy storage, including some of the leading utilities and developers and IPPs globally. So we've been doing this for quite a while. Our history goes back really to the early days of putting batteries on the grid over 12 years ago. And we're very much a part of that, I suppose, that those arrows pointing upwards. We've seen and had the privilege of being a part of that growth. We currently have over 2,000 megawatts either deployed or awarded across 22 countries and over 100 projects. So we are currently operating and installing our 6th generation energy storage technology. So that does start to speak to a little bit of the maturation of the market and the technology itself. So you're seeing a picture of what it looks like. What we have, we recently publicly announced the Gen 6 platform, as we call it. And I can speak a little bit to some of the trends that it really embodies here, but I think you're seeing a lot of this as general trends across the industry. So first of all, it is a fully integrated platform, meaning that everything from the basic kind of quote unquote dumb components, the battery cells, the modules are closely and pre-integrated with technology all throughout the stack to the point where it interfaces with the grid and can respond to a given signal from a grid operator with the maximum amount of effectiveness, with the minimum amount of battery degradation. So that's a big hallmark is that close technology integration that Kat mentioned earlier. And I think the other thing that is another interesting point is these cubes, that as we call them, are built in a factory and shipped pre-assembled with batteries loaded in as well. Whereas up until now, we have been primarily, we like to think of it as more of a project-based company, where on a project site, for instance, we would install the batteries, wire everything together. So there's a lot of synergy in moving more to a factory and product-based approach. So on the right side, you see an example of the operational interface. So this is the software that we call it Fluence OS, where operators can go in and run a range of settings and automatic intelligence things. So for instance, setting the battery to discharge at a certain point, certain time, certain price signal, and also look at and manage the health of the system. We offer 3 products. GridStack is sort of our bread and butter. It's very much geared towards the largest possible size of the spectrum. So those projects you are seeing that are in sort of the triple-digit megawatt range, that's what GridStack is for. SunStack is optimized to be co-located with solar, including DC coupling capability to maximize the energy injected at the point of interconnection. And then lastly, we have EdgeStack, which is a solution for large commercial and industrial users, typically behind the meter. So let me spend a little bit of time just talking about example projects. I think that might be a little something I can add just new to the panel. But so we recently deployed a project in Ireland for Statkraft that demonstrates the ability for energy storage to provide what we call a fast frequency response or synthetic inertia. So it is an extremely fast responding system, less than 150 milliseconds. And what the grid operator does there, and so Ireland obviously is an island, and anytime you have an island and grid, also the importance of maintaining inertia is even more critical. And Ireland has come to become comfortable that if you can respond within 150 milliseconds, you're essentially providing the grid support equivalent to a large physical spinning mass. So as renewables penetrate more deeply, inertia becomes a greater concern, stability becomes a greater concern, and these types of solutions are showing how energy storage can do basically the same job, but in a different way than traditional thermal generations. And that's by the way a theme I think in energy storage is that it does the same job, but you sometimes have to disaggregate the technology that traditionally did that job and how it did it to the actual function that the grid requires. Another example of a project that we are actually building right now is in Southern California in Long Beach, and it is it was actually the first triple-digit energy storage megawatt project ever contracted. So AES won this contract in 2014 to supply Southern California Edison. Interestingly, it was in a portfolio that challenged natural gas and ultimately won at the time. So it is one of those early proof points of energy storage providing the need of a traditional natural gas generator in lieu of natural gas. And of course, this was the beginning of a trend that we are seeing quite a bit, and which I will speak to in a little bit more. But again, going back to that theme of energy storage performing the same function, but in a slightly different way. I'm sure many people are familiar with this Henry Ford quote, but I love it. You know, he would say, you know, if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said faster horses. And in our opinion, what we see a lot is energy storage is just a new asset, right? It's not a generation asset. It's not a pole and a wire, but it can do many of those functions in arguably better ways than the traditional alternative. The only question is, what's the cost? And as we all know, the cost of especially lithium-ion batteries has declined rapidly to the point where it is actually able to displace the traditional alternative in many different scenarios. So just a little bit more about that. So some of the things that are really driving, for instance, if you look at peaker technology, some of the themes that you're trying to get into, especially with things like reciprocating engines and some of the more cutting edge aeroderivative engines, really are driven by availability. So for instance, having low set points so that you can have the peaker on for more hours at a time economically. Reliability, so a more modular peaker unit, that you can maybe take down in 10 or 15 megawatt increments for servicing rather than 50 megawatt increments. And then flexibility, having greater operational range. Energy storage on all of those things is really uniquely good. So from availability standpoint, it basically is constantly synchronized to the grid. Of course, it's digitally synchronized, but it's not a spinning mass. But it enables you to basically be on and available upwards of 97% or more of the year, whereas a traditional thermal generator may only be turned on for like 6% of the year. Reliability-wise, most of these designs in the market, and ours included, have modular blocks, often in the order of about a megawatt. So if one of those blocks goes down on a 100 megawatt plant, you now have a 99 megawatt plant, whereas a traditional thermal generator might be a 50 megawatt block. And then flexibility. So to the extent that you need to balance the grid from a frequency standpoint or even from a ramping standpoint, a 100 megawatt battery actually has 200 megawatts of operational range because you can go negative, right? You can charge and you can also discharge. So whereas a 100 megawatt thermal unit might only have maybe even a 70 megawatt operational range between its minimum set point and its full power. So now I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the trends that we're seeing that are driving a lot of the energy storage procurements. I'm going to orient a little bit towards the vertically integrated non-wholesale market areas because I think they're just the easiest to conceptualize, but we can extend these principles to things like RA qualification and sort of wholesale market design as well. They just obviously take slightly different forms. But if you imagine a scenario where you have a vertically integrated utility with a load profile such as the left graph and net load on the most challenging day looking accordingly, what we see more and more is that what utilities are doing is that they're disaggregating the the peak into sort of what might look like priority hours, or there's a certain number of megawatts that we need for 4 hours of firm capacity, another set of megawatts we might need for, say, 6 or 8 hours of firm capacity. And they try to assemble a portfolio accordingly. One thing that's really so interesting about this is that this is not a way of analyzing a system that is super familiar. It's not a question we've had to ask, because traditionally every generator can run essentially permanently, right? You just need fuel. Whereas for energy storage, all of a sudden you'd have to ask yourself, well, how long is this peak going to last? Am I going to run out? Is my tank going to go empty, right? And so we see a lot of really interesting analytical techniques around measuring peak duration, achieving more certainty around that. ELCC, effective load carrying capacity, is one of the leading techniques of doing that. And it's ultimately surfacing the reality that there's a lot of value driven by, say, 4 hours of firm capacity or 6 hours of firm capacity on a daily basis. So if you run a procurement, say you're a vertically integrated utility, you run a procurement by duration, what we do see is, there tends to be a portfolio that often wins these procurements. And so just an example of how this might play out. So with storage, especially with battery storage, you have to pay significantly for every marginal hour of duration. So you really try to tailor your duration to just what you need. And so in this instance, right, so for a 2-hour duration, a 2-hour storage unit at $650 a kilowatt could actually beat a thermal unit at 1,200 kilowatt. Similarly, for 4-hour duration, a 4-hour storage unit at $1,000 a kilowatt would beat out a thermal unit at $1,200 a kilowatt. And then for 8-hour duration, perhaps the batteries are not competitive yet, so you would select thermal generation for that need. So you'll ultimately end up with a portfolio that actually costs less than just providing the full need of thermal generators, thermal generation, recognizing that you only need long duration thermal generation for a portion of your need. So these principles are being applied today in some of the notable all-source RFPs run by, for instance, utilities in Arizona and New Mexico. So getting into a little bit more about sort of what's the duration requirement of the system as it exists today. I love the analysis that's been put out by NREL, National Renewable Electric Laboratory, in particular, Paul Denholm and team. And this is a screenshot from one of their reports from 2019, where they looked at the entire United States electric system, and they measured the amount of load that batteries of different durations could carry across all systems. And so what you're looking at here is the entire United States aggregate across all the systems. And the bottom line here is to say, basically at existing PV penetration, existing PV penetration levels, which is in the far left, you could basically inject around 30 gigawatts of 4-hour storage and get direct benefit of peak reduction. So it would basically be able to effectively fully support load. And then if you had 6-hour batteries, you would get up over 40 gigawatts. Now, the interesting thing about this is that as PV penetrates, so as Bill was mentioning, as the duct becomes, has a longer neck over time, and the neck becomes a bit narrower over time, what you actually find is that as PV penetration goes up, the amount of storage that's beneficial to the system also goes up. And so when we reach levels of PV penetration, sort of the 20 to 25% range, now we're looking at well over 100 gigawatts of 4 and 6 hour storage that would provide peak. So this is a really important principle, especially when we're thinking about modeling system conditions, is that we can't just think about how the system looks today, but we have to have a view of how is the system going to look in 5 years and 10 years as we start to, for instance, determine what is the proper amount of energy storage and resource adequacy, duration requirements, and that type of thing. So it's complex for sure, right? But the nice thing is that we're starting to, modeling techniques and sort of studies are starting to come out that are doing that. Looking more globally, this is an emerging area of practice, and I really look forward to seeing a bit more comprehensive analysis. I haven't yet been able to find much here, but Bloomberg New Energy Finance does have some version of reporting of this on some level. And if you look at what they are modeling, they're recognizing that there are hundreds of gigawatts of capacity value for 6-hour storage across the globe. Notably, China has well over 100 gigawatts, and India has over 40, and this is presumably an amalgamation of also the expectations of how system conditions will evolve, although the details aren't really clear. But again, look forward to seeing more studies along these lines. So moving out from peak capacity, so peakers, as we all know, are these natural gas plants that typically have very low capacity factors, less than 10%. But what's happening also in the duck curve, and again, as Bill mentioned, you're actually getting mid-merit generators having to, for instance, severely ramp down or potentially even turn off entirely in the middle of the day when the belly of the duck is at its bottom. And this was not something that really was planned for when a lot of these generators were built, especially by utilities without wholesale markets. And but the reality is that these operational profiles are driving capacity factors down. And in fact, what we see here on this graph is that over 60% of U.S. combined cycle gas turbines have less than 50% capacity factors today. And even a lot of them have capacity factors in sort of the 30% and below. And when you're getting to those types of capacity factors, you're starting to get into the point where energy storage, especially energy storage, say a 6-hour duration combined with a solar plant, can actually very reliably reproduce the operational output of many of these low capacity factor combined cycle units. And so research along these lines by the Rocky Mountain Institute, written in 2018 and then extended last year as well, did this analysis and found that a combination of what they call clean energy portfolios, including wind, storage, solar, demand response, and energy efficiency, can actually replicate the capacity output of a specific combined cycle plant in multiple parts of the country. So we think that this is a really interesting trend, and again, as as well covered, as energy storage costs continue to decline, as solar costs continue to decline, the economic challenges on existing thermal plants is just going to continue. So we do see this starting to happen now. Many, I'm sure, are well aware of early closures being very common now for coal. Obviously, natural gas is driving a lot of this, but increasingly also wind or wind plus solar plus storage are driving this as well. And it's starting to also extend it to natural gas. And what we do see also is that it's not even a matter of who's retiring when, but it's also a matter of what's sort of the table stakes that utilities are being sort of expected to produce when they produce their planning documents, right? So, for instance, in Virginia, we heard or we saw that when Dominion put out a planning document that was very gas-oriented, it was rejected by its regulator, in part because of this very trend and concern over stranded assets. So one last slide, and then I think I'm probably over my time, but again, Rocky Mountain Institute did do analysis on the economic risk of existing gas generation. And what they found was that by 2035, the vast majority of proposed combined cycle projects today would be, nearly 100% of them would actually, in their analysis, be uneconomic to run. So if we're thinking today about gas plants having a 15-year economic lifespan, that really changes the reality of what is the value of this asset when we put it in the ground and how it might compare to a longer-lived asset like solar energy storage. So that's the end of my presentation, and look forward to the conversation.
Great, thanks, Ray. That was very interesting. Learned a lot from that one. And you went through that really good pace. We should have given you a little more time, but I think you did a really good job at that. We have. I want to encourage everybody to ask some questions. We received some, and I'll kind of start in the way that they came in. Most of them, several of them are for Kat. Got a few for Bill, and hopefully we'll have some for Ray by the time we get through these first few. The first question for Kat is, which off-take opportunities or hedges does she see being more used in practice and bringing in revenue streams? Sounds like which opportunities are the most common for bringing in new revenue? Chad, is that something you can respond to?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what direction the question is going, so I'll try to answer it in the two ways I'm thinking of immediately. One is what the most contracts are requesting of energy storage. And I will say that probably the vast majority are shifting. PPAs will be solar plus storage, again, because the ITC is so beneficial. And then it will be shifting that energy use into the evening hours, particularly for utilities that are not part of an RTO. I'm seeing increasing interest in just smoothing products to help regulate the frequency of the grid. And then, as Bill said, in California, you can't really do any contracts without there being a resource adequacy component. And then there's also a very big distinction between front of the meter and behind the meter. Because behind the meter, we're seeing a lot of the energy savings, which actually I found it very interesting, Bill's presentation, because we're seeing arbitrage, but at a very micro level. You know, a C&I customer wants to save on its utility bills, and so there's some arbitrage going on there. So hopefully that addressed in part. I'm happy to have whoever asked that contact me and discuss it further if I didn't get your question.
Follow up to that, actually maybe a couple of them, but this one says, could you tie into Bill's Swiss Army knife metaphor? And are investors seeking more interested in projects with fewer focused use cases, or those that say they can do everything?
No, I thought that was a really cool analogy and one I might lift. I think for lenders, they want one or two things that you're going to do really well, and so again, I need to distinguish between small, like distributed uses and large uses. The big projects, the co-located and the merchant, they want there to be a clear path, a clear revenue stream. They ultimately want a PPA with a creditworthy off-taker, and then it will be usually providing an energy service, a shifting service, or potentially a balancing type service where the off-taker can utilize the battery to meet its balancing needs. And I think that the other potential uses just aren't even really a consideration. If you're able to make a case on fewer applications, then there's more room to understand, there's more evidence, there's less that the lenders need to worry about. Once you get into these hedge products that we're seeing, where you are actually contracting a merchant plant, but you have a hedge for an ancillary service, that definitely gets more challenging, and then you have to start educating the lenders on how the particular RTO works and what exactly that ancillary service is, and so definitely more and more questions. For the small stuff, for the distributed energy stuff, we're seeing a lot more uses, and maybe it's just that it's not, any one use isn't as valuable potentially for these small projects, but we financed a portfolio last year where there were essentially energy savings contracts with host customers, and these projects were in California, and they were also getting SCHIP, the SCHIP, Self-Generation Incentive Program revenues. Some of them were also getting ITC because they were paired with solar. And then there was some other ancillary service, plus they were also doing arbitrage with energy prices and savings. And so that was one case in which many aspects of the Swiss Army knife were being deployed at once. Glenn, you're on mute.
Sorry. Thank you. How easy is it to obtain financing for merchant storage projects?
We are seeing them. How easy? I think, I mean, it's not easy. It's not easy yet. And then there's also a question of what really is merchant, because like these standalone solar projects that, or excuse me, BESS projects that we're dealing with are merchant, but they do have a hedge. And so then it's arguable, well, it doesn't have like a firm contract, but there is a hedge. So there is some firm revenues. Some people would still call that merchant. There are smaller lenders in the market that have much more risk appetite. Sometimes I feel like some of the, as you get larger, you may become more and more conservative, and they want more of a track record. Some of the big lenders, but there's definitely a lot of interest in financing storage. If you have a purely merchant facility, you're probably going to want to be talking to one of these smaller lenders. The one that's immediately coming to mind is Leyline. They actually had a shop of developers and became lenders, and so I think that background really helps them understand the development risks and be able to appreciate it more than lenders who are used to just having a PPA, and anything different is hard to pass by their superiors, their credit departments.
Thanks. I think I'm going to go over to Bill here, and a question that asked if you could expand on the challenges of ramping along the duck curve and how it is dealt with, and perhaps referencing the tricky operation of combined cycle and simple cycle combustion turbine units. I don't know if I'm interpreting that question properly, but does that make sense to you, Bill?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, the simple answer is that, large gas-fired and combined cycle units can't ramp up on a smooth curve. They have to ramp up in steps. And therefore, to get a smooth generation curve to match the smooth demand curve, you have to sequence all those combined cycle and peaker plants over each other, so that eventually, the pixels get smooth. And it's a very complex process especially to keep frequency and voltage. So that's one of the biggest challenges of the duck curve on a daily basis. Now, do we expect storage alone to solve the issues of the duck curve? No, we don't. And I hope no one who makes energy policy in California thinks the same. The duck curve is not about a single issue, be it the belly of the duck, the head of the duck, or how long the neck is. It is all those issues, and we need a number of solutions to address it, be it large-scale storage, small storage, time of use rates, demand response, incentivizing electric vehicles to charge and maybe do vehicle-to-grid operations at the right time. There are, we're looking at myriad issues and myriad solutions to solve those issues. Storage certainly seems the most attractive and the easiest because it can both raise the belly and lower the head of the duck. And therefore, it is very attractive, and it's a fairly easy technology to implement compared to, say, more and more demand response or electrical vehicle things, or making very dynamic retail bills. Those things can get very complex and run into regulatory issues very fast. But I certainly don't want to imply that storage is the silver bullet or the only thing we're looking at to help with the duck curve, because we need a lot of solutions there.
Okay. There was a question. I think I probably should hit this first. In the last slide, you showed batteries increasing the valley and chopping off the head, like you just referred to. Isn't the bigger issue the slope of the ramp? And is there a better way? Do batteries help lessen the slope of the ramp?
Yes. Yeah, I saw that question, and that's what I was trying to address on my last answer. But yeah, obviously there's a number of ways to make the head and the neck and the belly different, and storage is a big part of that. But so are a number of other solutions, as you remember.
If I might just add to this is Ray. So, the ramp, the speed of the ramp really is not a concern for, batteries just being a digital technology. So it's obviously a major concern for thermal units. But a battery can basically go from 0 to its maximum set point in less than a second.
Okay, Ray, did you see this question regarding the combined cycle turbine units? Did you want to handle that one?
Okay, let me look here. I think from a replacement standpoint, I think what we know is that once a plant is in the ground, the variable cost or the cost of running a plant is relatively low. A big tipping point in general in where renewables or renewables plus storage become really disruptive is when a new renewable plus storage plant is less expensive than running existing combined cycle gas turbines or existing peakers. And I think most people believe we're still probably about 5 or maybe 10 years away from that happening. But once that happens, that's the point where you basically say, it is no longer economic for me to run this existing plant at all. I really should just retire it immediately and build, say, a storage or a solar plant. We are seeing early sort of signs of that happening. Some of those graphs that I showed earlier and some of the news that's coming out about, plants that are closing 10 years before their planned life then just because they're no longer economic. That's what's going to happen. But I just want to make sure it's clear that we're not saying that storage can beat existing plants as much as it's very competitive with new plants right now.
Okay, I think one more for Bill, and then maybe a follow-up from Kat because they seem like similar questions. For Bill, what does compensation look like in CAISO for providing frequency regulation and other ancillary services versus the arbitrage of the noon to 6 p.m. load peak? And then I guess, Kat, if you want to follow up with Bill, it's going to what kind of entities provide ancillary service hedges? Maybe, Bill, you can start off.
Yeah, I think I went over this in some detail in my presentation, but I'm not going to say that providing frequency and regulation that the mileage costs are so wildly profitable that they're driving everyone toward that. But we are seeing most of our batteries online today are sitting there and providing frequency. And so I think what we're hearing from those developers and what, you look at the PG&E EPIC study, their report of testing their batteries in different uses showed is that when you start to factor in round trip efficiency and the degradation cost of the deep cycles required for arbitrage, that all of a sudden, providing frequency, those become the much more attractive option from a market standpoint. And that's certainly what we're seeing, at least with the batteries we have online today. The other issue we have to think about is the duck curve is extreme right now. And so if those arbitrage opportunities aren't there today and we deploy more and more storage and, the belly rises and the head goes down, well, the arbitrage opportunities are also going to decrease. So if they're not doing it now, I mean, it's a question whether that revenue opportunity will even be there in the future, whether that will be the great use of storage. At least, and I want to be clear, Kat touched on this, I'm really talking about these wholesale in the market batteries. And we really do need to distinguish between those batteries and then the batteries that are located behind the retail customer meter or on the distribution side to provide other services, maybe to balance out time of use rates, maybe to do these other things. Batteries paired with other generators also can have completely different models for what they want to do in the markets. A lot of them could be just the fact that as now we've moved to the ELCC methodology for resource adequacy capacity counting that Ray talked about, those solar resource adequacy numbers have really been dropped down to a much smaller level, even in the summer months. And so storage there can just be paired with the solar to bridge that gap to allow the solar to still produce on peak and kind of restore the resource adequacy capacity value. So based on what we're seeing today, it doesn't look like arbitrage opportunities are there compared to what batteries can do for providing frequency, but we really do have to be careful in what type of batteries we're talking about. Are we talking about standalone transmission connected? Are we talking about something paired with another device, or are we talking about something on the distribution level? Because those are going to be three different cases.
Kat, do you see anything on hedges? What kind of energy is provided in solar service?
So RES has done this before in PJM. I think that the PJM, D or frequency response market is not as volatile as it was, and so it's not as hedgeable as a product. But other entities that I've seen in this space are Shell, Direct Energy, Morgan Stanley to some extent has expressed interest in these. Who else? Oh, EDF.
Okay. It looks like we might have time for one more. I guess, Ray, this one might be good for you. Is there a market for hybrid renewable energy battery systems beyond the expiration of the solar investment tax credit? And if the standalone investment tax credit for storage passes, how will that affect the mix of hybrid versus standalone systems, battery systems?
Yeah, I really like that question, and I don't think I at all have an authoritative answer, especially on that second part. I think, most developers that are building, like if you survey developers that are planning solar projects in the west of the Rockies today, I think 9 out of 10, if not 10 out of 10, would tell you every single project they're planning will have an energy storage component at that site. And what that tells me is that at least when you can claim the ITC for the energy storage component, it pencils out to put a battery there. My sense is that, as the cost of storage declines, and I think it's declining at a rate, of roughly maybe 5, 6, 7% per year in recent years. It won't be long before, and I think we're even at that point now where even without the ITC, you would still see a lot of solar plants putting storage. And some of that is just for the very reason that Bill just mentioned, is that in order to get any type of ELCC value for your solar plant, more and more you need to have storage located there. I think when we're definitely tracking and interested to see if a standalone energy storage investment tax credit does pass eventually. I can imagine where you would see a little greater share of procurements going towards standalone storage in that instance. I personally think that would be a healthy thing because it would allow you to site storage where the grid needs it a bit more, rather than forcing you to only put it at a solar plant, which may be far away from the load or the constraint that you'd like to target. But we'll see how that goes.
Okay, great. I think that puts us at 3 o'clock. Chris is going to provide some concluding remarks, but I guess, if anybody has additional questions, I think I would encourage you, and the whole point of this was to get these discussions going. And I don't want to speak for all the panelists, but if you have questions, I would encourage making an outreach and see if they are willing to to help you with a response. I certainly appreciate the very informative presentations. I learned a lot. Appreciate the effort that went into preparing them and your patience as we got through this virtual workshop. I'll turn it over to Chris to see if he can have some final closing remarks.
All right. Thanks, Glenn. And especially thanks to Jason, Alejandro, Jeremy, Kat, Bill, and Ray for those presentations. I think that they're very informative to me. I hope that they were informative to the rest of you. And I'd also like to thank everybody on the call who took time out of their busy day to listen and contribute with your insightful questions. As Angelina noted at the beginning of the whole thing, way back at 10:30, the EIA held this workshop not just to inform our stakeholders about current trends in this fast-growing market, but also to help inform us about the needs of you, our stakeholders, for data analysis from EIA. I think I can speak for all of my EIA colleagues in saying that we've learned a lot. It's a little bit like drinking from a fire hose sometime, and I think it'll take us a little while to absorb some of the lessons that we can glean from here. But even just getting those little drops of water that we can out of the fire hose, I already learned a lot. One of the major takeaways that I had personally from this is that there's a big diversity of both data needs and sources, and EIA itself as an entity is not likely to be able to gather all this data or do all this analysis by itself. In fact, to do a good job of it and to help everybody, we'll need to build relationships with our stakeholders, i.e. the people on the call here, to better leverage the capabilities, access, and insights that each one of you provide in the marketplace to help ensure that the information that we're providing is both timely and reliable. While for legislative historical reasons, EIA is uniquely positioned and has a fairly broad mandate to collect and analyze data from the energy industry, we're also bound by many rules that limit our data collection and analytic reach, and we're, of course, like everybody else in this room, limited by constraints on our own internal resources and budget. That being said, some of the core challenges in this emerging market involve establishing a common agreed-upon language to allow data analysis to serve its foundational purpose in improving the understanding of markets. Having a common language will not only improve our ability to understand the basic statistics and trends that we publish, but will allow EIA, DOE, researchers at the national labs, financiers, industry, system operators to do the analysis of complex areas like the storage value proposition or the interactions with other grid resources. Unfortunately, there's no standards organization for industry jargon. It just evolves of its own organic self. EIA can certainly do its part to make clear how it uses and defines the various terms of art, but we generally cannot impose our definitions on others. And in fact, we'd rather be in the position of taking commonly accepted industry terminology and using that consistent with industry use. That helps in our ability to understand and explain our statistics. So we'll carefully study the proceedings of this of today to better understand how we can modify our surveys and how we can expand our analytic capabilities to ensure that we are providing the data and analyses needed by our many stakeholders. keep in mind that we may not be able to make adjustments quickly, as we've have long lead times on changes to our survey forms, and in terms of our analytic tools, we have to balance many competing needs for development. And our flagship products like the Annual Energy Outlook are, of course, introduced annually, so anything is going to take at least a year to be implemented. However, I think after today, we are now in a better position to make these improvements than we were at the beginning of the day. And of course, we also recognize, or at least hope, that this isn't the end of these conversations. The storage industry has grown significantly in the past 5 years. As it continues to grow, we are sure that the lingo, the data needs, the analytic challenges will continue to evolve. In fact, we hope our ability to improve our data collection and analysis programs will form sort of a feedback loop that by getting better data and better analyses out there to our stakeholders, they'll do better data analyses. They'll find out additional information that they might need to collect or understand, and some of that we'll be able to provide, and we'll hopefully be able to provide and eventually improve the whole process in that sort of long feedback loop. So we hope to follow up with specific stakeholders and perhaps in the future convene a similar meeting to this as the needs arise. So again, I'd like to thank you for all your attention and excellent questions, and hope everybody has a good rest of their day. I think if there's other questions or topic issues that didn't come up, we have a few minutes if somebody wants to bring those up, but it's kind of an awkward forum for doing that sort of thing. So with that, I'd like to
do we want to ask if people can we can share these presentations? Would this be a good time to do that?
We can do that with the presenters offline, but yeah, we should tell the stakeholders online that we'll ask. I know the question has come up in the chat whether these are going to be made available, and we would like to make it available, but obviously we're sort of limited by the presenters and their particular concerns. We have a question here. What value do you see large-scale storage providing in emerging markets where the grid is largely unstable? What business models do you recommend to optimize the value in optimize the value provided? I'll throw that out to perhaps Ray might be in the best position to answer that question.
Yeah, so I think, one of the clear early use cases that we've seen repeated over and over for storage is grid balancing. And, that's been repeated, or that was demonstrated in the early years with frequency regulation products, notably in places like PJM. Fluence has commissioned the first grid-tied battery in India, similar use case in mind. Similarly, we're building a fleet of, I think, about 600 megawatts of energy storage across the Philippines right now to manage local grids there. It's one of the, I would argue, one of the easiest and sort of best fits for what batteries can do really well, which is really very fast response to unstable grids. They're just really good at that. And that can obviously be a particularly good value in less developed parts of the world. The challenge as always is ensuring that they can make money, that there's someone willing to put down a capital investment that does have a multi-year payback period and have certainty around that. So, but there are, I think, increasing opportunities and interests. A lot of those places are viewed as probably some of the places where you can earn the best returns on your investment if the conditions are right. And I think more and more people are getting adventurous in doing that. So,
one thing I'll point out related to this question that occurred in Alex's presentation, where he showed the various pie charts, and the first pie chart showed the percent of total demand on each region's system, and you could barely even see the slice for Alaska and Hawaii. In fact, I don't think you can see the Alaska and Hawaii on the left there, but on either of the right-hand side showing the battery capacity by power, by energy level, it's 10 to 15% of the battery capacity is installed in these two states because that have a de minimis share of, or I shouldn't say de minimis, a very small share of the total generation of the U.S. because of the value in batteries and supporting small grids, which have similar challenges to undeveloped grids, even though the grids in those states can be very well developed. All right, you want to hop back to the conclusion slide? Okay. So I just want to point out before everyone goes away, the link at the bottom of this slide is to the report that we referenced at the beginning. It's a second, not quite annual. It was about 18 months ago that we released the first version of it, but we've updated. It's a report intended to be a continuing, hopefully updated annually from here on out. Summary of industry trends. A lot of the information that Alex and Vic provided was taken from this report, and Vic and Alex and Tricia, who's also on the call, were basically the authors this year. So I want to give a thanks to them for putting that out. It just got released yesterday, just in time for the conference, just like we planned it. And I think it's worth your read if you're interested in this. This topic, which I think most of you are, since that's why you're on. So please take a look at that, and certainly if you have any questions on that, Vic and Alex and Tricia are more than happy to answer their emails. Okay. With that, I think that's about all I have to say, and thanks again for everybody for tuning in and for our presenters for their very interesting and informative presentation.